second behind that with an 083 reaction time as Olson runs dead on 7. Excuse me, Greiner runs dead on 7. Charlie Olson ends up 13th thou above the dial, 5 thousandths of a second ahead at the finish line to get the win. So Charlie moving on into round number 2. Jay Greiner runs dead on 7, but will have to race his way through the buyback round as Mike Polton and Stan Montgomery will be our next 2. Montgomery in the 63 Chevy. Mike Polton in the 1950 stretched Jeep. Jeep. 643 on a 639. Polton leaves red by 43 thousandths of a second. Montgomery had a 103 reaction time and survives. 584 on a 577 for Montgomery, but yep. When I was rolling around the staging lanes this morning, I saw that Jeep of Mike Polton, and I thought, you know what, here at Bakersfield, that fits. It works. That thing's cool. I got to go take a closer look at that. That thing is awesome. Cliff Hall and Shelby Williams. We saw Shelby's dad up earlier. Again, Shelby's dad, like former world champ, former this, I mean, just like all around, like bad to the bone racer. And as soon as Shelby got in a big car, everybody forgot his name was Steve. He's just Shelby's dad now because Shelby is pretty cool. 620 the dial for Shelby, 604 the dial for Cliff Hall. Hall in the Maverick gets the win light. He's 607 on a 604, 22 on the tree, 3 above the dial, gets there first by 0.02 of a second for the win. Shelby Williams, 41 green and 3 above the dial, ends up 623 on a 620 to come up 20 thousandths of a second short at the finish line. So Cliff moves to round number 2 as Mike Reynolds and Sasha Hofer will be our next 2. Reynolds on the left side. Out of Chico with a 682 dial. Sasha dialed in at 741. Mike Reynolds has got a whole lot of work to do, and he won't be able to get it done. Sasha, 27 green, goes 742 on a 741 to pick up the win light here in her second entry. Mike Reynolds had a 159 reaction time, and again, Sasha, that is pretty much like, you know, the kiss of death. Be like, yeah, my reaction time started with, oh, that's not good. It did not start with, oh. It started with a straight number and nope. Nope. How about this? Richard Llewellyn, DeAndre Fitzgerald. Richard, in like the first pair of cars, I believe, to take to the racetrack this morning in round number 1, that dialed in at 650, this time on the right side, and DeAndre Fitzgerald. That 69 Pontiac Firebird thingy, whatever it is. Win light's going to go to DeAndre. He was 004 on the left side, gets the win light. That was red. Coleman Poist was 004 on the right side. Or excuse me, it was 041 red on the right side. And Coleman, DeAndre moves on. As he runs 624.0 on a 624. He ran down on 0, and I forgot to even look at DeAndre's dad just to see how far he jumped off the wall. Andy Schmall, Tim Arnswald. Hey, racers, your attention, please. Your attention, please. If you are a double-entered pro car, and you have not made your way back to the staging lanes yet, you need to do so right now. As in, like, this very moment. Like, not later. Not later, but like now, if you would please. Again, double entered pro cars. If you have not made your way back to the staging lanes for round number 1, you need to do so now. Tim Arnswald, 727 on a 727 was 35 green, dead 3 to be 38 total. Andy Schmall, round number 1 didn't go well for Andy. 15 green and no good. So Jeff Taylor and Alan Volvo. Red light start for Alan in the coppered Chevelle. Out of Prescott, Arizona, 50 red, 619 on a 615. Nope. Jeff Taylor out of Oregon rolls in the Dakota pickup truck, goes 81 green, runs 566 on a 564. And that'll turn on the scoreboard left side for Taylor as Alan Brown rolls back up. In the second entry for the Coupe out of Vista, California, 570, and Chris Johnson. I think Chris was part of that pair earlier who, like a 1+ light, beat a 1+ light. Johnson is again in the 1+ range. Well, not even 1+. He's just 100 even. And goes 588 on a 590, but that's good enough for a win. Alan Brown. Oh, Alan. 25 red and dead on 0. 570 on a 570 after missing the tree by 25 thousandths of a second. Once again, while it is kind of quiet, Pro double entered cars. If you have not yet made your way back into the staging lanes for your second hit, we need you back there now, please. We have called our Super Pro door cars into the staging lanes. Again, Super Pro door car double entered to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro door car single entered to lanes 3 and 4. Need you back there, please. Dean Tabert and Robert Neighbor. Lily? Neighbor in a door car. I was going to say, I don't think so. That's Pedro. Got it. I'm like, I don't think so. That's odd. I'm not saying it's impossible. Got it. That makes sense. So it was Pedro Valdez bowing out there to Dean Tabert. I'll bring up Maurice Castro and C.W. Hofer. CW right side, dialed 746. Castro left side, dialed 775 at the stripe. Scoreboard's going to light up for Hofer, 40 green and 750 on a 746 for CW. Maurice, 83 green, runs 776 on a 775. And comes up 19 thousandths of a second short as Randy Stanley and Jeff Kreider. The Wonder Wagon. I'm sorry, but every time I see that Vega wagon, it makes me want a sandwich. I don't know why. Everybody's into their like frou-frou bakery, like super nut grain bread, whatever. Just give me a good old loaf of Wonder. Just white Wonder. Some peanut butter and some jelly. Why do I always turn to food? I don't know. Jeff Kreider, 25 red, hands the win light over to Randy. Randy on a 672 goes 674 to get the win light. Kreider. Oh. All right. It wasn't quite dead on 0, but it was 25 red and dead on 3. 25 red, dead 3 for Jeff Kreider. We had a 25 red, dead 0 earlier. We don't like that. Stanley, 64 green, 674 on a 672 gets the win light. Stan Deming and Hubert Pierce. And I think we're getting down towards the end of Pro. Stan Deming gets the win light. Hubert Pierce. Oh, 001 red. I was going to say, Hubert, don't do it. Don't be like 001 red and go dead on something, but he's 821 on an 825 after being 001 red. Stan Deming, 19 green, dead on 4. Deming, 23 total to get the win light. As I am looking over my shoulder, that is one of the nice things about kind of the tower here in Bakersfield. There's windows everywhere. You can see everything. Got a great view. No, Mark, you did not design it. No, this tower was built before you. Not this one? Really? You got out your crayons? You and Blake stood here with a whiteboard, and you weren't even smart enough to use like dry erase markers. You put a crayon on a whiteboard and then wondered why the wax wouldn't come off. So, all right, if you designed it, then fine. This tower is, I was going to say this tower is awesome, but Mark designed it. So this tower is all right. It could be better. Oh, we're getting into Super Pro door car, round number 1. I'm loving it. Once again, remember, entries for the door car clash, tomorrow night shootout, 10 grand to win, 16 Pro, 16 Super Pro. You want to get in the game, all you got to do is go over and see Megan, which, by the way, I think you can go see Megan and get like hats and T-shirts and all of the goodies from this week's West Coast Classic here at Famoso Drag Strip. The Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC on a Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. So we're racing for $5 grand in Pro. We're racing for $10,000 in Super Pro. And again, the live feed is rolling. We got folks making their way into the chat bleachers. I do not know of this announcer issue that you are speaking of, except for the fact that I think the only announcer issue we have is the fact that I'm the announcer. That's the issue that we have here. That's the problem. That's the problem. So again, thank you to the folks at Mazir Enterprises, Hughes Performance, Optima Batteries, Holly, Sean Ealing, Dan McClellan going to kick things off here in Super Pro door car, and McClellan is going to pick up the win light as Sean Ealing. Red by 7 thousandths of a second, and guess what? Red and dead on. 007 red, dead on 2. Sean Ailing gives the win light over to McClellan. McClellan was 13 green and goes 587 on a 588. So Middle Mac, right? You got Big Mac. Sorry, that would be Mini Mac. You got Big Mac, Middle Mac, and Mini Mac. Nick Presimone and Jeff Higgins. 5 thousandths of a second, the difference. Presimone is slowing down. The Nova is unhappy. Ends up running a 710 on a 566 dial. Higgins, 39 green, 562 on a 554. He looked over and realized that the Blue Nova was fading out of view. Bails out of the throttle and goes 562 on a 554. Presimone, after being 34 on the tree, got out of the throttle about 100 feet, 150 feet down the racetrack, and he'll be headed back into the pits to figure out what's going on with his car as Larry Scarth and Dustin Henches. Henches, that's mean. Scarth is 94 on the tree. He goes 619 on a 618. Dustin Henches was 001 green. Put 95 or 93 thousandths of a second in his pocket. That's like you subtract, not add, Nate. That's what you got to do. But he puts 93 thousandths of a second in his pocket, uses 65 thousandths of a second down at the finish line to get the win light over Scarth. As the Olympia, Washington-based Camaro moves into round number 2, and that's going to bring up A.J. Cameron. This is a battle of like the red and blacks. They said, I want 2 colors on my car. I want red, I want black. So this could be like the Johnny Walker battle. They got Johnny Walker red, right? Johnny Walker black. I think those are kind of the 2 primary ones. Ricky Duschel in the Corvette. Red and black ride, dialed in at 552. A.J. Cameron in the El Camino, dialed in at 657. Basically a 1 second head start. Going to be going to A.J. on the right side in the El Camino. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Again, we're into Super Pro round number 1. Oh, I like the way the El Camino leaves. 11 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Win light goes to AJ on a double breakout. Cameron was 008 on the tree. Ricky was 19 green. Duschel gets there first by 8 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 14 thou. AJ Cameron gets there second, breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Win light to the wheel stand in El Camino. Ta-da! I'll bring up Dustin Wirtz and Randy Cloud. Cloud Right side dialed 563. Dustin Wirtz left side, and the American-built car dialed in at 520. The Corvette goes red by 4 thousandths of a second. 004 red for Dustin goes 518 on a 520. Randy Cloud 002 green and 2 above. To get the win light in the Michelob Ultra lane. Did you design the racetrack too, Mark? The whole thing? Yeah. Mark wants to claim that he designed the tower. Okay. So I'm going to go look at the plans officially filed with the city of Famoso or wherever we're at. Oh, I told him. I said he took a like dry erase board, wasn't even smart enough to use dry erase markers, put crayons on it. Happy little accidents. For me. DJ Humard and Pete both are both at 008 on the tree. Both of them identical reaction times. DJ 008 dead on 7 gets the win light over Pete's Porsche. Pete was 008, goes 569 on a 565. Ends up 4 above the dial and 33 thousandths of a second behind at the finish line. Win light goes to DJ in the Nova as Jason Pad and Pete Vadigal. Vadigal in the 68 Barracuda. 609 is the dial on the right side to Jason Pad's 594 in the pickup truck out of Alberta. Win light to Pad. 13 green, 602 on a 594 for Jason. Pete Vadigal, 619 on a 609. He's a 10th above after being 20 on the tree. Win light goes to the 75 Love truck. As Greg Dreer and Eric Dodge. Dodge out of Boring, Oregon. I'm just, again, we go back to that. Why did somebody name the town like that? We had a whole big spiel on why they named it. Oh, 9/10 thousandths of a second margin down at the stripe. Greg Dreer was 009 on the tree, runs 690 on a 685. Dreer had that one in the bag and did everything he could to try and give it back, except give it back down at the finish line. Dodge 53 on the tree and goes 530 on a 530. Greg Dreer is going to look at the time slip and go, yeah, I meant to do that. I know what 9/10 thousandths looks like at the finish line. That's all me, man. I did that. Pearson Deming and Jason Hartvigsson. Hartvigsson and the Sir James at Barracuda. 578 that oof. Barracuda right up along the center line and now moves out towards the wall. Ends up going 581 on a 578 after being 024 on the tree and no good. And whoa. Hardvickson, I guess, decided he didn't like what the wall looked like and moved over to the middle of the racetrack. And that was just all kinds of weird. Pearson Deming, 77 Nova, 651-0 on a 651 after being 12 on the tree. Is 12 total, gets the win light. Man, I'm going to have to check. I guess it is typically quiet on a Friday morning in the chat bleachers. Typically quiet. Chuck Hawk Jr. getting the win light 007 and 491. Hey, dragsters, Super Pro Dragsters. Your attention, please. It's your turn. Let's get our Super Pro Dragster double entered to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro Dragster double entered to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Dragster single entered. Let's get you lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Dragster single entered. Super Pro Dragsters to lanes 5 and 6. Double entered to lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. David Pohl on the left side. The 68 Barracuda out of Hodgson, California, and driving the Ferrari, none other than Ted Seipel. Like, if you are a Seipel, be like, I don't race regular cars. I race supercars. I drive a Ferrari. And it's a 71 Ferrari. I dig that car. 637 the dial for Seipel. 680 the dial for David Pohl. Uh-oh. Yep. Ted ends up running 637 on a 637. He's dead on 8. The problem was at this end of the racetrack, had a reaction time that started with a 2. David Pohl, 31 green, goes 693 on a 680. Will get the win light, and the Barracuda will advance. Ted Seipel will have to make a trip through the re-entry round. So Beckwith and Pierce. Brad right side, Beckwith left side. 006 to an 049. 006 dead 3. We'll go with that. 9 thou total for David Beckwith, taking 5 thou at the stripe. 006 take 5 thou to be dead on 3 for Beckwith, gets him a win light. Brad Pierce, 49 green, runs 628 on a 632. All right, so racers is our next 2, Eric Walter and Mike Agnew, roll up to the starting lines. Watler dialed in at 596. Agnew dialed in at 605. Win light goes to Agnew, 608 on a 605, 47 green. Eric was 599 on a 596. And as we complete our burnouts here, hey, racers, your attention, please. Your attention, please. Just a heads up on buybacks. Just a heads up on buybacks. We are going to be taking care of buybacks in the staging lanes. So you will bring your money with you to the staging lanes when it is time. It's not time. We've still got to get through our Super Pro Dragsters round number 1. Again, Super Pro Dragster double entered. You should be making your ways to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Dragster single entered. We need you headed into lanes 5 and 6. So single entered dragsters 5 and 6, double entered dragsters lanes 1 and 2. But racers, when it is time, when we call the buyback round, at that point, bring your money with you into the staging lanes. There is no need for you to make an extra trip anywhere, as Dennis Paz and Jordan Yeager going head-to-head. Paz puts it to Yeager, 004 to Yeager's 040. Both had 2 zeros and a 4 in the reaction time. Dennis just arranged them better with that 004 reaction time, then goes 660 on a 658 to get the win light over Jordan. Jordan 610 on a 609, comes up 300ths of a second behind at the finish line. Win light to Paz is Robert Butler and Ted Kellner. Kellner in the 75 Vega. I'm like, do I need to restart, or is the chat bleachers just that quiet this morning? I don't know. Maybe everybody's focusing on work. Not sure. It's quiet out there. Butler 621. Ted Kellner dialed in at 640. Win light goes to Robert Butler. Kellner's car wouldn't cooperate. Ends up with a 678 on a 640 after the 028 reaction time. Butler 35 green and 1 above the dial. To get the win light is Mike Ealing and Anthony Matassa. Matassa in the Vet, Ealing in the El Camino. 655 the dial for Ealing. 474 the dial for the Corvette on the right side. Whoa. Yeah. 481 on a 474 at 143 miles an hour to the 8th in the Corvette. Anthony was 008 on the tree. Mike had a 12 light. Hanging in. Mike knew that Anthony was going to come screaming by at any minute. I don't know. I'm not a racer. I'm not a driver. But if you're doing 100 miles an hour knowing that the other guy is going to be chasing you down, it's pretty difficult to make the decision to lift. And Mike made the decision not to. And Anthony was able to get by him as Mike breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second to hand the win light over to Anthony. And now K-Mac, Kevin McClellan, over on the left side in the McClellan family station wagon, and Rob Strong in the Firebird. At a Hemet. Well, these guys both like swinging punches at each other. 005 the reaction time for McClellan, 009 the reaction time for Strong. And then when they got down to the finish line, it was the battle of who had the better brakes. Kevin McClellan ended up going 669 on a 655 to get the win line. Rob Strong goes 725 on a 702 and will need to buy back to keep his hopes alive there as Hugh Mueller and Stephanie Paz. Mueller, 672 was the dial, goes red by 27 thousandths of a second, goes 673.0. Stephanie's moving into round number 2 with a win light. 003 on the tree and goes 645 on a 646. Paz moves on as Rich Harrison and A.J. Cameron. Cameron back in the El Camino. Harrison rolling up in the Camaro. And with Harrison dialed in at 531, AJ dialed in at 657, Headstike goes to the El Camino. And I'm going to pause here for a minute just because I want to watch the El Camino leave the starting line. In Vegas, whenever they're running, we're like directly behind them, so you don't get to always see exactly like how nice the wheel stand looks. But I kind of dig the El Camino's wheel stand. That's like one of those woohoo, super fun things. Rich Harrison gets the win line on a double breakout. Harrison was 39 on the tree. AJ was 20 thousandths of a second better with an 019 light. AJ gets there first by 33 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 18 thousandths of a second. Harrison gets there second, breaks out by 3 thou. Win light goes to the Camaro as Jamie Schmall and Dustin Henches. Going to be our next two. Once again, racers. Super Pro Door Car double entered. You should be in the staging lanes for your second run if you haven't made it there yet. You should be. You should be. Oh, Dustin Hench's car, 1 thou red, and then just almost does a second burnout. Those tires were a slipping and a sliding and a moving, and the car just wouldn't hook up. He gets out of the throttle. Not that it mattered. He was 001 red anyway. Jamie Schmall, 004 green, and 605 on a 608. Win light to the Montmobile after that 004 reaction time start. So again, getting down into the nitty-gritty of the door car double entries. We got dragsters. Double entered dragsters should be in lanes 1 and 2 for round number 1. Single entered dragsters should be in lanes 5 and 6 for round number 1. And again, racers, remember, please, if you are going to be needing the services of the buyback round, if you are looking for forgiveness for whatever your transgressions were in round number 1, just like any respectable religious organization, we will allow you to pay money and we will forgive you. It's just the way that it works, right? You give us money, we forgive you. That money will be collected in the staging lanes. So again, buybacks, we will take the buybacks in the staging lanes. It's not time yet I'm just kind of giving you a heads up. We've still got dragsters to run. We're still making our way through round number 1 as Matt Hartzell, Kevin Higgins. Higgins with a 553 dial. Hartzell with a 562 dial. Win line goes to Hartzell in the Beretta. Hartzell goes 563 on a 562. 1 above the dial after no 40 reaction time for the win. Kevin Higgins was 14 green and 5 above the dial and ends up 18 thousandths of a second behind at the finish line as Tony Marconi and Wes Anderson. Anderson, the 27 Ford right side, dialed 541. Tony Marconi, the 76 Arrow for Yankee Tequila, dialed in at 593. Head start to Tony. So again, as I was saying before, when the time comes, buybacks will be handled in the lanes. You don't need to go up and like prepay or make any special trips. You can hang out in the pits and enjoy your... All right, who am I kidding? If you need the buyback window, you're not enjoying anything right now. You're just like, man, you're probably like wallowing in self-pity. That's what I would do. That's why I don't do this, because that's what I would do. You're not. You're like, yeah, no big deal. We'll buy back. We'll win next time. 31 green, 596 and a 593 for Tony. Wes Anderson is 17 green and goes 554. On a 541 is Craig Marilees in his Camaro and Andrew Olson in his Camaro. The 1970 bodied Camaro is Olson. The red light belongs to Marilees. Marilees was like, what, 001 earlier? Cut it a little bit too close. Made the tree bleed. Cut it close by 4 thousandths of a second. 004, 633. Marilees is red. Win light goes to Olson. He's 15 green and dead on 9. I'll bring back out Dan McClellan and DeAndre Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald, last trip down the racetrack was dead 0, and I forgot to watch Dad jump. McClellan to the Big Mac Racing. Roadster on the left side. Dialed 588. DeAndre getting the head start. Like so. Oh, DeAndre. How you going to get out of this one? McClellan was 009. Goes 595 on a 588. DeAndre Fitzgerald, 628 on a 624. After the 074 reaction time, win light goes to Mr. McClellan. There's David Beckwith and Dustin Wirtz. Apparently, to run in the double enter door cars in these last few, you have to have a name that starts with a D. We had what? Daniel and DeAndre, and now it's David and Dustin. We have any more D players back here? 1 or 2 more? Maybe that's what they're back there doing right now, verifying that their name starts with D. Oh, the second name. So you at least have a D in there. So Dustin is dialed 523. David is dialed 607. Red light start for David Beckwith by 9 thousandths of a second. Then goes 608 on the 607. Dustin, 13 green. 518 on a 523. And I think we still do have, at least what I'm looking at, like 1, 2, maybe 3 door car doubles to run through. Nobody? Nobody. So at this point, I'm just going to say this. If you are a double entered door car and are nowhere near the staging lanes, our last door car is sitting like at the head of the lanes. That's it. Unfortunately, you are tardy, and you will now have to serve detention. So, Pearson Deming and Eric Dodge. I guess if you had to be in the last few. We got one straggler back there. All right. Hey, racers, your attention, please. Your attention, please. If you have got golf carts parked over in lanes 7 and 8, we need those moved, please. Pearson Deming at 004 and 652 on a 650 for the Kid Performance and Dyno sponsored car. Eric Dodge ends up with a 530 on a 531. Dodge was 16 green. Gets there first by 11 thousandths of a second. Breaks out by 2 thou. Needed to take 9 thou or less. Pearson Deming gets the win light, 2 above. Moves into round number 2. Hey, racers, once again, while it is quiet, we've got a quiet moment. Okay, never mind. They're going to fire up an engine on us. Nope. When we get done with round number 1 and we move into the buyback round, we'll take care of all of the buybacks in the staging lanes. So buybacks will be taken care of. We'll handle those in the staging lanes. I think we've got one door car. Then we're getting into dragsters, and Jay Kaysen is like waiting in the wings. He'll get an opportunity here in a moment as we've got our last of the door cars. Who's going to run a dragster? The dragster. So we got Mark Barnhart and Byron McCallum. Byron in the final door car. Mark Barnhart in the first dragster. And again, dragster double entered, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Dragster single entered, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. I'm sorry. Doubles in 1 and 2. I got that backwards. Doubles in 1 and 2. Singles in 5 and 6. That's where we're at. So single entered at dragsters 5 and 6. Double entered at dragsters 1 and 2. Last door car making his way down the racetrack. Dialed in at 658. It's Byron out of the right side. Mark out of the left side. Dial in at 466. Tree drops and away we go. Advantage to the door car. Win light to Byron. Byron goes 659 on a 658. Barnhart is 467 on a 466. Byron had 200 in his pocket. Picks up the win light. I am going to step out of the way, and the one, the only. I'm sorry, but Jay's name to me sounds like a morning commute DJ. You're live with Jay Kaysen here at Famoso Drag Strip.
So, thank you very much. As always, I enjoy the dulcet tones of Nate. He is by far one of my favorite people in the whole wide world. And Nate, thank you very much. All right, here we go. Lots of really long, stretched out cars right here. Will Harrison out of Tracy. 514 the dial in. He's over here in the Michelob Ultra lane, otherwise known as the tower side, the pit side, the near side, anything but the far side, because on the far side, over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, is Tim Moore. Tim Moore bringing an 02 Gebhardt. This car is going on its 23rd anniversary here. 489 is going to give a slight head start over to Will Harrison. And Tim decided to just take it all back right there at the stripe. Puts on the win light with a 496 at 130 miles an hour. Started that out with a beautiful 015 light. Will out with an 04 light. Sometimes that's a player, sometimes it's not. He runs a 20 on a 14, going to the brake pedal, hoping for the best, and it didn't work out. Here's Steve White. Steve White driving a 22 Racecraft, 491 the dial in. He's going to get the head start over KJ Desa. And KJ is out of North Las Vegas, nowhere near Henderson, Las Vegas. But 479, these guys have brought a bunch of really fast dragsters out here. This is one of them, the 150 plus mile an hour car. Probably jinxed him. He'll run about 35 miles an hour now. Got quiet all of a sudden. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Tight one at the finish line. Winlight tells it all, though. 479 dial. He runs a 481. KJ takes the win at over 140 miles an hour. So he was tapping the brakes just a touch. I see why Steve White runs a 496 on a 491. And even though he had the better of the two lights with the 012, nope, sorry, not getting it done, as you are way off the number. Yes, 500ths of a second used to play back in 1970. Oh, baby. So Chase Learcamp out of Olympia, Greece, Washington, alongside Brian Cam. Brian out of Pacifica, a little closer. 485 to dial in. He's going to get a 0.3 of a second head start as Chase Learcamp stuff. All that Learcamp stuff is fast. I mean, fast. Chase at the finish line puts on the win light. He started out 0.02 of a second better, and it was 0.2 late for Brian Cam as he goes a 87 on an 85. And unfortunately for him, that's not good enough. 56 with a 0 on a 53. Chase moves on to round 2. Brian moves on to the buyback round. Dean Bush. Dean driving a pretty clean-looking little dragster. Another guy out of Las Vegas. 476. The dial in is going to give almost 3/4 of a second head start over to Cameron Webb. Cameron driving a Bantam Roadster-ish. It's a little long for a Bantam, but hey, it is what it is. So he calls it an altered, and there's no doubt about that. It is altered. Cameron with a perfect light, then runs a 51 on a 2, tapping the brakes to take the win light. Dean Bush was great with an 017 and had nowhere to go as he goes a 77 with a 9 on a 76. Cameron Webb, I think that's our first perfect light during eliminations, but I'm not positive. Listen up, if you're trying to get into the door clash, please wait until after the buyback round because right now the cashier is a busy person. Thank you. Also, we got Dave Mazier out of Mazier Enterprises in Escondido. Funny, same last name as the business he has. 484, the dial in for Dave in the lawn dart. Kyoki Dessa is driving a big lawn dart himself, and this one's fast. 439. That is probably about as quick a dial-ins as we've been seeing all weekend. 439 for Kyoki. 484 for Dave Mazier. So over 0.4 of a second. That's a lot when you see a couple of these cars together. And Mazier's car is not a slow one. That just means Kyoki's is a fast one. Oh, man, Kyoki was trying to get a little of that back. Puts up the red light. Dave Mazier 0-2 off the tree. 84 with a 2 on an 84. And Dave Mazier moves on to round 2. Kyoki's going to be looking for buyback. Listen up quickly. If you have a golf car, please get it out of lane 7. We need to put real cars in there. You know, like full-size ones, racing type things. So please move your golf carts now. Lots of places on this track in the area that you can park a golf cart, just not in lane 7. Please get them out of there. Greg Matthews driving the Mullis chassis machine. It's a 490 dial in alongside Nick Cobb. Nick in the 3-way Chevrolet 460 dial in. So 0.3 of a second goes over to Greg, the math wizard at work here. Oh boy. Out of San Jose, Nick Cobb, 17 Race Tech car. Somebody, anybody. There we go. Staged up, ready to go. Tree on its way down. Well, neither one of them are going to sit around bragging or showing their time slips, but the fact of the matter is Greg does get the win light. He runs a 490 with a 0 on a 490. Neither one of those lights started out even kind of close, but guess what? Greg's going to take that win. And a 61 with a 0 on a 60 for Nick Cobb. It was a tight race down at the other end. Like, how about 44 ten-thousandths of a second? That's the good news. The bad news was the lights. I'm not even going to tell you. Race Kid races driving that big, long, fast, and money-making machine. I just no way to describe that thing. That thing just prints money. Alongside Chad Axford. Chad, a good hand out of Portland, Tennessee. 442, the dial in for Chad. Race isn't used to getting chased. but he's going to get chased this time. 0.2 of a second head start for for Race. Then Chad's coming after him. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Wind light comes up over Race Kid. Race an 018 off the tree. Goes a 64 with a 2 on a 62. 44 with a 5 on a 42 for Chad Axford. He gave up 9 thousandths on the tree, and it was an 012 light down at the other end. So Race getting it basically done on both ends of the track, and that puts on the wind light. Trent Flores out of Lemoore driving the dragster that you see in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Alongside Cooper Chun. Cooper driving an 01 Mullis car, 496 to dial, so he gets a 0.02 of a second head start. Everybody taking their time, staging them up just a little bit at a time. Itty bitty bitty steps. Trent Flores, 494. Cooper Chun, 496. At the other end, it's going to be tight. 499 on a 496 takes the win. Both drivers over by 0.03 of a second. The win light goes over to Cooper Chun as he started that out with a beautiful 009 light. Trent 03 off the tree. Close but no cigar. Moves on to the buyback round. Cooper Chun moves on to round 2. Mike Collins out of Gilroy. Need you some garlic. I got news for you. This guy's never been bothered by one vampire ever. Dwayne Ringuth. Dwayne out of Calgary, Alberta. Home of the Flames, by the way. 452, the dial in for Dwayne. You're going to bring a car from Canada, it might as well be fast or cool. You know, I mean, we got a Chevy Love coming from Canada. Why not have a 450 dragster? Alongside Mike Collins. Mike, 14 Sarmento car. 474 is his dial in, so he will be leaving a little over 0.2 of a second in front of Dwayne. To quote some of my fellow friends from Kentucky, come on, man. Oh, baby. Dwayne takes 0.02 of a second on the tree. Mike Collins takes the win light. Which one would you rather have? Mike Collins runs dead on with a 0. 74 with a 0 on a 74. Taking the win. The 54 on a 52. The 200 you gave away, you gave it right back. 8,000 stripe at the other end for the winner. Speaking of winners, both these guys can get the job done. Marco Pervolaris, 449, alongside Jason Rosenbaum's 465. Jason driving the yellow and black dragster in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Going to leave first by a smidge. The Petaluma driver, Marco, he's made a little money in some of these races. This fella knows how to put on a win light, but this is going to be a tight one. Well, they're wing to wing, door handle to door handle. Marco puts on the win light. He got 0.03 of a second that he gave away on the tree, but he brings it right back in. He goes 451 with a 7 on a 449, so over by 2 and change. Over by 3 and change was Jason, and Marco, even though he gave up 3,000 on the tree, takes the win light by very little. Well, you know what they say, BO2, take O2. Kobe Fuller. I believe this is the highest mile-an-hour car we're going to see all weekend. Kobe's 160 mile-an-hour top end, dialed 439, alongside Victor Clark, 472. Clark's dragster in the Michelob Ultra Lane. He comes down from Boise, Idaho. Colby says, here, hold my beer. He came out from Savannah, Georgia. So Colby giving away a little over 0.02 of a second. On the tree, Colby Fuller, 005. That works out well. Then a 42 with an 8 on a 39 as compared to a 74 with a 6, taking a nice 004 stripe down at the other end. Colby Fuller moves on to round 2. Victor Clark's going to move on into the buyback round. Here's J.R. Learcamp. J.R. Learcamp, another of those really fast dragsters out of Washington. 455 the dial alongside Mark Mirashiro. Mark is 489 for the Torco sponsored machine. JR goes red. Mark goes on to round 2. Runs it all the way out, and he runs an 89 with a 6 on his 89. JR, obviously knowing he's going to have to run back here in a few more minutes, he goes 457 on a 455, putting on the win light. Mark Miyashiro runs 139.81 miles an hour. Kalen Torres driving the dragster. Loaned it out last night so somebody could win 20 grand in it. Not a bad deal when you think about it. Tanner Theobald. Tanner, 484 to dial in for his 22 Miller dragster. He's in the Michelob Ultra lane in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Wow, that car jumps off the line sweetly. And Tanner Theobald takes the win. An 017 light beats the 024 light on the tree. 84 with a 4 on a 4 beats the 57 with a 9. And Tanner moves on to round 2. Elliot Franco Sr. out of La Palma. 503 the dial in. The bright green pleasure machine, Eric Truby doing the driving. I was talking to Joe a little earlier today, and he goes, yeah, we got a kid to drive it. Win light comes up for Elliot Franco Sr. You have to pick a winner. The machine does. Elliot Franco Sr., better of the two lights. Eric Truby, red by a bunch, unfortunately takes a loss. He runs an 85 on the 84 and moves on to the buyback. It's not even a window. It's a lane now. When they call for buybacks, remember the buybacks are taking place in the lanes. Also, that's a reminder. If you're in for the Door Car Clash, we're not taking entries for it at the moment. We'll be taking entries for the Door Car Clash when the buyback round is finished. Here's Neil Pressmon. Neil out of Las Vegas, 470. I think every car in North Las Vegas is, or in Las Vegas is dialed 470 something. 476 the dial in. Yeah. We ran out of shoe polish, so we just picked a number and stuck it on everybody's car. 496 is the number. Gage Cameron. Gage making the trip all the way from Bakersfield. Good lights both sides of the track. Wind light comes up on Neil's side in a double breakout. Neil breaks out by the lesser of the two as he goes to 475 with a 6 on a 476. So breaking out by 14 thou. He says, okay, either way, I take the win. Like Gage, not so good as he breaks out by, by 2 thou more. Krista, the champ, the current champ in Super Pro, right here at this here racetrack. Riley Learcamp coming all the way down from Washington says, that don't befund me. I'm ready to go, but I got news for you. Krista is not going to give this round away. There's no chance. She's tough. Riley Learcamp, the generational Learcamp family of racers. Krista, like I said, as advertised, 0-1-0 off the tree. Riley having a little trouble getting that car moving, then goes 476 with a 7, so she puts together a 17 thou pack, and Riley had no chance. He runs a 61 with a 4. Bobby Dye Jr. out of Ontario, driving the dragster that you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Jacob Stallworthy, 434. Well, these cars are going to move all the way down from Boise, Idaho. Man, I will tell you one thing. We'd like to thank every resident of Boise, Idaho for putting together the amount of money it must take to get all those cars down here. You can walk right into a bank and rob it right now. There's nobody left in Boise. Oh, baby. Foul separates them on the tree, and just about the same down at the other end as 36 with a 1 on a 34 gives Jacob Stallworth the win. Bobby Dye goes a 54 on a 40 on a 51, and we see that 300ths of a second off the number, and that wasn't going to get it done. But this end of the track, 015, 016, man, those lights were tight. Jacob moves on to the next round. Attention to the pits. This is for buybacks only for Pro. Pro double entry buybacks, lanes 1 and 2. Pro single entry buybacks, lanes 3 and 4. This is your call. Gabe Torres off the line with a 006 light and loses to an 023 light. Mike Coltrane showing him at 41 with a 7. 67 on a 64, 3 for Gabe, off by 4. And down at the other end, man, 9 thousandths of a second. That was a tight race right there. Gordon Boven. Gordon out of Boise, Idaho. 464. The dial-in. The Torres machine off the line. Unfortunately for him, second. 64 on a 64 with a 5. Gordon moves on to round 2. Starts that out with an 029 light, the better of the 2 green lights. The Torres machine goes 468 with a 6 on a 468. Dave Meyer, Sheridan, California, alongside Julianne Meloff. Julianne making the trip down from Washington as well. Every single race car in Washington is required to come from Olympia. That's just the way it is. .002 red for Julianne. Win light comes up for Dave Meyer. Dave 02 off the tree was doing a nice job there. Goes 74 with a 1 on a 74, running it out. Julianne a 67 with a 9 on a 66. Goes 147.8. A lot of top end charge. Unfortunately, it charged off the line just a little too soon. Dale Taros. Dale driving the 99 Tuttle machine. Here it is. You got the motor out front. You got the fuel tank out front. You got everything out front. You keep an eye on stuff. Amelia Henches. Going to keep Dale Toros out front because 484, the dial-in, is going to give away about 0.5 of a second head start to the front motor dragster. Amelia from Olympia, Washington, of course. Tight lights, the other end. Win light comes up. Dale Taros Dale gave away about 15 to 18 thousandths on the tree, but he made it back up by running a 39 with a 1 on a 39 dial, and that worked out well. 87 with a 4 is a little too far off the number, and Amelia moves on to the buyback round. Del Toros moves on to round 2. Joey Trotsky. He put a Bantam body on a dragster and sits up just a little bit higher than normal, so he gets a good view. Alongside Ryan Cavell. Ryan out of Oak Hills. Joey out of Ventura. 0.6 of a second head starts going over to the Bantam. That's a kind of a long wait when you're sitting there in a long car waiting. All right, listen up. I want to repeat this. Double entry, buyback, pro cars, lanes 1 and 2. Single entry, buyback, pro cars, lanes 3 and 4. Red light for Joey Trotsky. Ryan's going to get the automatic win and does. Goes 5:04 with a 9 at 139 miles an hour on a 4:39. Seeing his win light come on was good enough. Joey under the tree with a 0:14 puts on the reds, and that doesn't work out too often. Nick Cobb out of San Jose alongside Chris Stock out of Carlsbad. Listen up, buybacks. Don't be bashful. Remember, buybacks are in the lanes. Buying back double entry pro cars, you guys are in lane 1 and 2. Single entry pro car buybacks, you're in lanes 3 and 4. Buybacks of only cars that have been called so far. Chris Stock says, I'm going to make this dialing easy. Let's just put 5 flat on there. Nick Cobb gets trickier, though. He goes 460. 0.4 of a head start, goes to the dragster in the Michelob Ultra lane. And got a little bit of it back. Puts on the win light. 5 flat with a 5 on the 5 flat. Beats the 63 with a 9 on a 60. Nick Cobb runs 3 off the number, and that wasn't going to get it done, even though he started out with a 009 light. Chris Stock gave up about 1,500s on the start line, but got it 15,000 on the start line, but got it all back. Takes the win. Mark Barnhart making a trip over from New Mexico alongside David Pohl. David Pohl out of Hogston. I just got to believe that there's a misspell or something going on there. Well, they say I can wait here all day, but, well, sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. After a little bit of a burn down, everybody was a little bit late, but the win light comes up for Mark Barnhart. Mark, a 72 with a 4 on a 68 is the winner, as Dave Pohl runs under, as he runs a 93 with an 8 on a 94, breaking out by just a tad. Dean Bush out of Las Vegas, dialed 479. I don't know where he got that 9 from. Everybody else was a 6. 490 for Larry Beckner. Larry out of Scottsdale. He's in the O2 Mullis car. That's the blue and black dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. 3-way Chevrolet side, that's Dean Bush. Woohoo! I mean, some serious lights there. Dean Bush goes 001 on a tree and then runs a 79 with a 1 for a 2 thou pack. Wow. He forced Larry Beckner into a breakout by 1/1000th of a second. He was a 016 on the tree. And Dean said, not going to give you the room to get there, big guy. Nope. Would not be prudent. Dean Bush moves on to round 2 with a 2 thou pack. Absolutely incredible. Cooper Chun, 498 to dial in on his machine, alongside Michael Gidham. Gidcombe, 508 to dial. That's the green and black dragster that you're going to see over here. Going to leave first by a smidge. Red light for Gidcombe. Cooper Chun, 019 on the tree, runs it out, goes a 96 with a 2 on a 98. 504 on a 508 for Michael. So good news is you know what it's going to run next time. Well, you hang around the back and you get what you get. Steve White alongside Robert Neighbor. This one's going to be a serious one. Steve White dialed 490. Robert Neighbor dialed 457. Tree's on its way down. Lights are 8 thou apart at this end. At that end, Robert Neighbor puts on the wind light. Got 8 thousandths of a second on the tree and then runs a 58 with a 4 on a 57. 92 with a 4 on a 90. Gives Robert Neighbor an 018 stripe down at the other end and good for the win. Hey, listen up. There's a GoFundMe page for Petey. He's looking for buyback money. He needs a little bit. Jason Pad making the trip all the way down from Alberta, 453, the number on that red, white, and black dragster in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Three-way Chevrolet side, that's Marco Paravallaris. Marco getting the job done in the first. Man, this guy has got some serious chops when it comes to putting on wind lights. Shouldn't really be able to tell who leaves the line first here. This is going to be tight. Jason Pad goes dead 0-0-0 on the tree and loses the round as he breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. And Marco puts on the wind light. He had a nice 0-1. It wasn't like he was sleeping by any means. And he puts the wind light on. Will Harrison out of Tracy alongside Chase Learcamp. Chase Learcamp's 455 dial. Had a little trouble in his first. He's double entered. Had a little trouble in his first one, but he's ready to go here. Will Harrison 520. So he's going to get a big head start. 0.7 of a second almost. Red light for Chase. He was going to have his hands full anyway. Harrison goes 0-0-4 on the tree to the green side. Goes way under. He guns 516 on a 520. Chase, of course, you red light, you go dead on. Welcome to eliminations. Wow. 455 with a 2 on a 455. And Will Harrison moves on. Elliot Franco Sr. Listen up. Final call. Double entered pro car buyback, lanes 1 and 2. Single entry pro car buyback, lanes 3 and 4. Here's Tom Bear. Is school in session? Elliot Franco Sr. is going to find out. 502 for Elliot. 491's the dial in for Tom Bear. Elliott over in the three-way Chevrolet side. The object is stage exactly the same every time, leave exactly the same every time. So far, that's been working out pretty good for him, and it does again. 5 flat on a 491 as Elliott Franco runs way off the numbers. He goes a 519 on a 502. Tom Bear lifting at the other end as he takes kind of a big old stripe there, but that didn't make any difference as Elliott obviously having some kind of problems with his dragster. Tom Bear started that out 007 on the green side, and school is still in session. Chad Axford, 446, another of those super fast dragsters out here alongside Bailey Neighbor. Well, saw Robert win. What's going to happen with Bailey? 459 is going to leave first by about a little over 1 and change. You double-entered dragster, you need to be in the lanes, man, because it's getting close to the end. If you're a double-entered dragster and you're not back yet, you need to be in the lanes immediately because it's going to close you out here very shortly as we're getting ready to go into the buyback round of Pro double-entered buyback cars. Also, by the way, I want to say Chad Axford taking the win. 49 with a 0 on a 46 after a nice 0-1 light takes the win. Bailey in 02, good light there, went under by a smidge, and that was unfortunately the difference in the race. Here's Dave Mazier. Dave out of Escondido. Gordon Boven. Gordon out of Boise, Idaho. 464, the dial in for Gordon. 485, the dial in for Dave. Speaking of, I don't even think he knows where the keypad is for the dial in board. He's had that baby dialed 485 all weekend. Well, of course, all weekend happens to be now. Tight on the stripes down here. How about the other stripe down there? Dave takes the win. He runs a 486 on a 485 and starts that out 005. And Gordon runs a 66 with a 9 on a 64. I think he thought he didn't get there, so he's going to stab the brake pedal a little bit. But Dave Mazier goes 005 and good for the win. Gage Cameron. Like I said, if you are a double-entered buyback dragster, if you are a double-entered dragster, guys, we're getting ready to go into the buybacks, and you need to be here immediately because you're going to close out in seconds. Gage Cameron alongside Mike Coltrane. Mike, a 24 Miller car, dialed 440. That's fast, but there's a problem here. Something happened to Gage. Mike goes 003 on the tree. Gage goes 7.19 on the tree. Dragsters, if you're not here, you're done. Done. Dragsters. There's like 3 left in the lanes, and that's it, guys. You need to be here now. If you are a double-entered dragster and you're not in the lanes, you're about ready to go cost yourself another buyback. Speaking of buybacks, the buyback round for Pro is going to start here in any second. We're going to start with double enters in lanes 1 and 2, single enters, lanes 3 and 4. Remember, you got to win this round to get yourself back in. Here we go. Tanner Theobald, 485, the dial in for his machine. Going to get about a 0.3 of a second head start on JR Learcamp. Trees down. Survey says Learcamp stole the tree and takes the win light. He goes a 59 with an 8 on a 57. Starts that out 008. Tanner Theobald runs an 85 with a 2 on an 85 and can't get there because of the All right, here we go. We don't have a lot of dragsters left. If you are a double-entered dragster and you haven't made your second pass, you need to be here now. All right, Race Kid. He's from Twin Falls. That's got to be like way far away. Double drip. Yep, most of the time. Dwayne Ringgold out of Alberta. Go Flames. 454 the dial in for Dwayne. 463 the dial in for Race. We'd like to thank Kid Performance very much, as we are actually racing the Kid Performance Friday. Tight at this end. How about the other end? Winlight comes up in a double breakout. Dwayne Ringgold takes the win. Race goes a 62 with a 2 on a 63, under by 8, and a 53 with a 4 on a 54, under by 6, and Dwayne moves on to round 2. Victor Clark, 474 the dial in for the orange, blue, and black dragster that you see in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Julianne Meloff, 466 the dial. Just very slight 8 thou difference. Oh, man. Speaking of 8 thou difference, Victor Clark goes 8 thou to the red side. Julianne, a nice 017 light, and then goes a 467 on a 466. Victor Clark turns on the red light, and that turns on Julianne's win light. Okay, so here's Riley Learcamp. Riley bringing the dragster around right now. We've got a couple things we're checking on the track alongside Jacob Stallworthy. So there's got to be about 20 cars down from Olympia, Washington. Probably just a big old convoy of trucks coming down, you know, and stop, a little camp out somewhere, have a good time. Jacob, one of the Boise, Idaho clan. It's a wonder they didn't go to Boring, Oregon or something and liven the place up. Jacob Stallworthy, 435, the dial in for that black dragster. Wow. The bright greenish blue turquoise? All right, I'm going with turquoise. Riley Learcamp machine. Learcamp family's run that car for a long time. That thing's put on a bunch of win lights. 460 the dial for Riley. Jacob 435. That's about as quick as any dials we've seen all weekend. Pro buybacks, double entry and single entry. You guys should all be in the lanes and ready to go. In a moment, you will be coming out. Excellent lights both sides, but somebody's got to take the win light at 155.17. That's a fast car. Jacob Stallworthy takes the win. 020 on the tree. Riley 03 on the tree, but 461 on a 460 to a 436 on a 435. They were about the same on the dial-ins, but Jacob taking a little over one stripe and taking a little over one on the tree. The math works out. Well, speaking of having the math work out for you, here's Gary Manaka. Gary driving Petey's Porsche. Petey's the crew chief, and should be, because this guy is the ultimate mechanic. He's the only guy I know that can break a crankshaft and not only break it, but just go ahead and drive it the rest of the way home. Nobody. Gary. I mean, when you have that kind of excellence in front of you, Gary kind of hung it a little bit on the red side. He goes 008 to the red, then goes a 63 with a 5 on a 64. So, yep, he's exactly where he wants to be. He's red and under. But puts on the wind light. So, I'm telling you, there's people want to grow up to be these guys. Pro double entry buybacks. Pro double entry buybacks. Final call, lanes 1 and 2. Pro double entry buybacks. Final call, lanes 1 and 2. If you are a pro and you are a buyback, you need to be in lanes, period. All of y'all. All y'alls. All right, door cars a bunch. Double under door cars. You guys should be in your cars ready to go. Richard Llewellyn driving that 67 Chevy 2. 651, the dial in on his machine. The street driven Porsche 618. Yes, 618. Insane. 2018 Porsche 911. Rich Llewellyn's going to get the lead first, and he takes a little more than he should as he goes red. Kim Nelson moves on to round 2. Porsche looking for a 618, goes 632. 58 on a 51 for Richard. Just wasn't his day. Andy Schmal out of Idaho. Alongside Bruno. Bruno driving the 91 Camaro. Andy coming down here, all the way down here with his Beretta. Bruno's 640 dial is going to get to leave about 0.5 of a second ahead of Andy. Winlight goes up Andy. He comes off the tree with an 037, then runs a 595 with a 2 on a 593. That puts on the Winlight. 40 on a 40 for Bruno, but unfortunately he gave up almost 3 on the tree. Down at the other end, Andy taking the itty bitty teeny little 004 stripe, and that is going to be good for the win. Alan Brown in his 34 Ford Coupe, the Coupe. Built Ford tough with Chevy stuff. Not sure what the power plant is. He's alongside Carl Greiner. Carl out of Klamath. KAL Math. 82 S10. 671 the dial for the S10. So Alan going to take off sideways. Oh, baby. Gets down to the other end. Alan, a lot better reaction time, but isn't going to win as the coupe got a little on the crazy side. 687 on a 671. Carl looking out the back window and saying, nope, I can read the side of that coupe. I'm pretty sure I'm good. Robert Neighbor. No, stop it. Anyway, Pedro Valdez alongside Jeff Bertram driving the super slick looking 56 Bel Air Love Affair 2. 655, the dial in for the manual transmission Bel Air. 706, the dial in for Pedro Valdez. Pedro. Jeff Bertram goes red. Pedro goes a little under, but after the red light, he takes the win. He goes an 05 with a 3 on an 06, taking the win. Listen up, listen up. Super Pro door cars, buybacks. Super Pro door car buybacks. Lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2 for double entries. Lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for single entry. Super Pro door cars only have been called. Jay Greiner driving that 1974 Pontiac Ventura alongside Shelby Williams. Shelby, the 1967 Camaro. 680 on the Pontiac, 625 on the Chevrolet. Big wheels up launch for Shelby Williams. 7,000 separate them on this end. What separates them on the other end? Ain't a lot. 81 with a 4 on an 80 for Jay Greiner taking the win. Shelby goes under by a couple hundreds, and that was a couple hundreds too much as Jay Greiner taking the win with a real nice pass. Both drivers start out with 03 lights, but Shelby goes under, Jay goes on. Here's Sasha Hofer driving the 91 Firebird coming out of the water hole. Dialed 742. 690 the dial in for Josh DeSouza. Tree comes down. Sasha leaves. Josh leaves. It's an 11 McFanton machine, but it doesn't get there. It runs 694 on a 690. Not good enough. Sasha goes a 45 with a 4 on a 42. 0.3 at the stripe. Started that out. Sasha goes 0.38 on the tree. The motorcycle on 4 wheels goes 0.6. Hubert Pierce, baby Huey, what you doing, baby? Alongside Robert Crum. Robert's 63 Nova SS. Lights are tight. This is going to be a cute one down at the other end. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. There it goes, there it goes, there it goes. Hubert Pierce goes under by 0.06 of a second, hand in the wind light over to Robert Crum. Lights were almost identical. 0.07 separated them there. Robert's 0.44, the better of the two. Then he goes to 61 with a 5 on a 60, and that puts on the wind light. Hubert Pierce, man, it was tight, but 0.06 is 0.06. Tony Marconi, surprise! Arizona is his home. Alongside John Victorino. Matter of fact, I'm kind of surprised that both these guys are actually in the buyback round. There's two real good racers right here. And, of course, you put the tough guy out now. You got to do it somewhere along the line. Down at the other end, it's tight. 100 separates them on the tree. And 83 with a 4 on an 81 for John Victorino. And John Victorino moves on to the next round. Tony Marconi, Tough Luck Award, goes to 95 with a 6. Stripe down at the other end, 0.04 of a second. John Victorino pulls out the win. John Victorino victorious. There you go. Mike Reynolds, the 02 Corvette. It's for sale, don't you know? Alongside Garrett Agnew. Garrett Agnew also driving one of those little Pro Comp Juniors. They're neat cars. I'm glad to see them come out. Man, a lot of clutch in that one. And a win light. 623 with an 8 on a 620 takes the win after a beautiful 018 light for Garrett. Mike Reynolds giving up a little too much on the tree and then goes 689 with a 4 on a 686. And Garrett Agnew moves on to the next round. Mike Emery, the 88 GMC, alongside Steve Alvich. Steve driving the 1970 Mach 1. This Mach 1 goes zoom, 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 654. Going to get a little bit of a head start out of Mike Emery's 88 Sonoma. Out in front, Steve Ulrich from start to finish. 726, something going wrong on Mike Emery's deal. Steve Ulrich goes 0-1-2 off the tree, runs a 67 on a 54, lifting as he sees Mike showing up in his rearview mirror. Jonathan Knoll, the 1970 Challenger. Alongside Denny Volvo. Denny driving the 72 Chevelle. 597 is going to give a head start over to the Challenger and then come try and chase after him. Denny Volvo taking the win as he runs a 97 with a 1 on a 97. And although he gave up a little on the tree, he does take the win light. Jonathan Knoll, a 97 on an 05, under by a little. Michael Dye out of Paso Robles, driving the 1965 GTO. Alongside Robert Butler, driving the Chevelle, 66 Chevelle. So here you are, Woodward Boulevard, Detroit, 1966, or maybe even September of 65. and the GM execs are out playing with their hot rods. Robert Butler, better of the two lights, goes 0-4 on the tree, then goes 625 on a 621, good for the win. 621 for Michael Dye in the GTO on a 608, not close. Robert moves on. Here's Jeff Kreider in the Wonder Wagon. Well, are you hungry yet, Nate? Nate's looking for a sandwich. Linda Valdez. Linda, 681 on the 67 Camaro. Neat machine. Winlight comes up, Linda Valdez. Linda, 691 on a 681 is good for the win. Better of the two green lights. Goes over to Linda. Jeff runs under as he runs a 29 on a 32, trying to catch her. Mike Polton out of Placerville. The 1950 Jeep. Man, I got news for you. You got to have nerve if you drive a 1950 Jeep, especially with a great big old V8 in it, going 641 the dial. Going to let Tyler Smith get a little bit of a head start in that 68 Chevy Nova. Spectacular lights, both sides of the track. Who's going to turn on the Winlight? Winlight goes over to Tyler Smith. He gave up 5 thousandths on the tree with an 015. That's right. Mike Polton goes 010 and takes the win. Andy Schmall, 593 in the Beretta. The yellow Beretta alongside the 67 Chevy 2. All right, here we go. Andy Schmall, 593, the dial in on the Beretta. Colin Poist, 658. Ouch. Goes red. Andy Schmall. He's the new Mr. 007. Goes under by 8 thou. But after Coleman puts on the red light, Andy puts on the win light. 007 light off the tree. That's nice. Runs a 92 with a 2 on a 93. The 8,000. So make a no difference being under on this one because it is all done by the red light. Pedro Valdez, we're looking for you. We need you now. Hey, while we got a moment, I want to remind everybody that the Door Car Clash is not being collected for right now until after the buyback round is completely done. After the buyback round is completely done, The window will be open and the door car clash purchases shall commence. And to give you the rest of the story, here's Mike English.
Whoa, Chad, we're not done yet. Chad Reynolds on Bag Shift thinks, oh, we're done. No, we got a couple rounds to go, Chad. Sorry. By the way, that was not a cold beer that you heard pop in the background there. Pro ET buyback final pair with Alan Brown at 570, chasing C.W. Hofer. See in the semifinals, C-Dub at 7-4-6. Double entered dragsters. Buybacks lanes 1 and 2. Double entered dragsters, super pro dragsters. Buybacks lanes 1 and 2. That's double entry. Single entries 3 and 4. Green light start. Alan Brown goes red and C-Dub moves on. C-Dub was 27 on the tree. Dead on 8. Come and get you some of that. So C.W. Hofer moving on. Once again, double entry super pro dragsters. Buybacks lanes 1 and 2. Double entry, single entry dragsters, super pro dragsters. Buybacks lanes 3 and 4. So double entry super pro dragsters, buybacks 1 and 2. Single entry dragsters, buybacks 3 and 4. Super Pro door cars, buybacks. Coming out next, Sean Ealing at Racing Ealing family. The Corvette. Come up on the right side, that three-way Chevrolet lane. Eric Dodge in from Oregon. 68 Nova at 531. Sean Ealing, the drop top Corvette at 643. Red light start, Eric Dodge by 3 stinking thousandths of a second. Sean Ealing's 15 on the tree, 645 on that 43 dial in an automatic W. And as always, Eric Dodge goes 003 red, dead 7 on the loss. Craig Merrilees and Pete Vandergall. That's the CUDA right side for Pete, 617, chasing the Summit ET Racing Series national champion, Craig Merrilees. The Camaro at 634. Green light starts. Craig with the head start. That CUDA's hard to hustle down there up alongside. It's, oh man. Craig is 13 on the tree, goes dead 4 to mathematically eliminate Pete, was had a 40 light. By the way, Pete was dead 2 and could not get there. It's now Dustin Wirtz, Jim Harfsigan, Sir James, 578 for the CUDA. Dustin Wirtz, 522 for the Corvette. Green lights. Oh, James got problem. Once toward the center line there, lifted off that throttle. Dustin was 007, then rolls out that throttle, 46 with an 8. Sir James was 26, and that baby went left all of a sudden, and he went, yep, no, we ain't going to do that. 1077, 53 miles an hour for those of you keeping track. Brian McCullough and David Beckwith. Brian, the 67 Camaro. David, the Nova 607 DB far side. So the AC dude right side taking on that developer left side. Head start going to that Camaro. Down there at that top end, Nova makes the move. Brian out, and Byron goes, oh man, double breakout going to, wow. Dave Beckwith, 19 on the tree, out by 100 for the loss. Byron was 33 on the tree and out by 2,000 for the win. Is Mike Ealing and his great-grandfather almost, Ted Seipel. The Spring Fling Ferrari, 637 for Theodore. Mike, the wheel stand in El Camino at 654. And I mean that with great respect. Ted Seipel's been doing this a very, very long time, and Mike Ealing knows that. Great friends up there in NorCal. Ted's in, waiting on Mike Ealing. Clean green. at El Camino out there. Here comes Ted Seipel down there. Oh, man. Mike Aileen was 22 on the tree, broke out by a Hun. Ted Seipel missed it at 73. It is good by one and moving to the next round is Larry Scarth and Greg Dreher, the former Summit ET Series Racing National Champion. Greg Dreher driving Jody George's minor headache and Larry Scarth in the 61 Impala. The Zeke's Automotive loaner car for Scarth. Greg Dreher, 005 red. And Scarth getting another green light, 33 on the tree. Scarth goes dead on one and getting the automatic W. Brad Pierce, Ricky Duschel. Corvettes, get your Corvettes. Everybody wants a Corvette. Ricky will be far side, the Aerospace Components team car. Dad Rick standing behind his kid. 551, Ricky Duschel. 628, Brad Pierce. Head starts at FD3 doing the chasing. Green light starts here. Brad Pierce with that head start. Wind light says Brad Pierce. Brad Pierce dead on one, 10 for the win. And Ricky with a 31 light had no chance. Goes 1 over 52. Brad Pierce puts up an 11,000s package, and thanks for coming. Jordan Yeager, Dustin Hinges. Wow, Dustin Farside in from Washington. Guy's got a wealth of experience in drag racing, including time in Top Alcohol Funny Car. And Jordan Yeager. Mark standing down there watching his kids. 612, both drivers. That's heads up if you didn't know. Don Caesar, let me see what I can do here, brother. Hang on. Oh, man, Dustin got timed out. Automatic W going to Jordan. 618, 113. And Dustin Hedges got timed out, unfortunately. It happens. Don Caesar working on it right now. Appreciate it. Rob Strong, Wes Anderson. We could be Saturday night at Los Angeles County Raceway with this pair. The Horsepower Garage Firebird, 702. Roadster, 542. Wes Anderson gets in there at the last second, lights out second light. Head start, Rob Strong in the Firebird. Here comes Wes Anderson, that three-way Chevrolet lane, Rob Strong. 06 with a 1 on that 02 dialing for the win, 20 on the tree. Wes missed the tree, goes 61, and 2 over 44 on that 42, trying to run him down is DeAndre Fitzgerald and Petey Booth. Stymie, the Hughes Performance Transmissions, Porsche. 569, and DeAndre Fitzgerald, 624 for Monty's kid. So head start going to the Firebird out of Sacramento, and DeAndre Fitzgerald. the 5-time Southern California Pro Gas champion, Petey Booth doing the chasing. 569 Porsche, 624 Firebird. Pre-stage is DeAndre Fitzgerald waiting on Petey. Petey's in, DeAndre's in. Head start goes that Firebird. Red light start, DeAndre Fitzgerald by 3 thousandths of a second. Petey down there. Petey goes 680 on that 569. Wow, that was weird. 022 Petey on the tree, and then a 680 at only 102. AJ Cameron with the bye run right here in Bakersfield. AJ Cameron, 656 in that wheel stand in El Camino. Brian Cam, 487 for the Dragster out of Pacifica. Both drivers pre-staged. Gage got a lot of laps down this track in that El Camino. Of course, Brian's been here a bunch too. Green light starts. Head start goes to AJ Cameron in that El Camino. Wind light says AJ Cameron. It was 58 3. Goes 661.2 on that 56th island. Brian had one of those dreaded reaction times that we talked about. Got down there, broke out by 6 thou. So AJ Cameron moving on is Victor Clark, Mark Barnhart. That's Mr. Perfect far side. Only guy in time trials go perfect with Mark Barnhart. 468 Mark Barnhart, three-way Chevrolet lane. Victor Clark, another one of those Idahoans at 475, getting the head start. They are separated by 2 thousandths of a second, by 5 thousandths of a second. Victor Clark, 22 on the tree, dead 2 for the win. Mark Barnhart, 20 on the tree, goes dead 9, and by 5 thousandths of a second, Victor Clark is moving on. Kyoki DeSaw, Riley Learcamp. Kyoki three-way Chevrolet lane chasing 441. Riley Learcamp out of Washington, part of that multi-generational Learcamp team, 462. Riley. Barn, thank you very much. Appreciate the heads up. So head start to the big-time player out of Washington, taking on one of the prime-time players out of Nevada. Green light starts out this pair. Riley with that head start. Wind light says Riley Learcamp. Riley 21 on the tree, 63 with the 0 on that, 62 for the win. Kyoki DeSaw 40 on the tree, dead 8, trying to run him down. Just didn't have enough there. Gage Cameron, Tanner Theobald. Tanner, far side, 485. Tanner Theobald. Gage Cameron. Another one of them Cameron boys. He's got a lot of laps on this track. 494, Gage Cameron, right side. Itty bitty little head start. Right side, Gage Cameron. O12 was second off that starting line. 001, Tanner Theobald, 87 with the 6 on that 85 Island for the win. Gage was 12, 96 with the 2 on that 94, 7 thousandths of a second to Tanner Theobald. At the finish line is Joey Trotsky, Bobby Dye Jr. Bobby, the specially fashioned these dragster, 454. Jason, the long wheelbase Bantam altered. Joey Trotsky in from Ventura, 499. Joey Trotsky. Barn Nate will be up later. He's feeding his face right now, believe it or not. So head start, Joey. Bobby died chasing him. Bobby's in, Joey's in. Joey Trotsky, 002 red. Bobby Dye, too quick by a foul, 028 on. Michael Gitcom. Val Torres Sr. Val far side, 464. Michael Gitcom, 504 for Dirtbag. That's his name on the car. I'm just telling you. Don't lash out at the announcer. Barn, I think you owe me $100 for that information. At least. Gitcom, one of them former junior dragster champs, taking on Val. Oh, watch that baby down there top end. This thing's going to be good. How about Michael Gitcom? 12 on the tree, 09 with a 5 for the win. Val 18 on the tree in the 670. Michael Gitcom continues. Larry Beckner, Caitlin Torres. Val Jr. wheeled that dragster Caitlin's far side to the $20,000 win yesterday. Oh, yeah, like Chad will cover you. Sure thing. I got a better chance to win the lottery than Chad. Looking on the chat board here on Bag Shift. Caitlin, 458. Larry Beckner for the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing, 490. Val Jr. walks away from his daughter far side. Tom Bayer from one of his students right side. Down there at that finish line, Kate 21 on the tree, 59 with a 7 on that 58 down for the win. Larry Beckner missed that tree, dead too, and Caitlin's moving on. David Bull, J.R. Learcamp. JR will be in the three-way Chevrolet lane, 458. David Bull for the Silver State Refrigeration team. Of course, Silver State Refrigeration, great sponsor this weekend of the West Coast Classic on Kid Performance Friday. $494, David Bull. $458, J.R. Learcamp. Red light start, David Bull, J.R. Learcamp, 002. J.R. Learcamp, too quick by 6 thou in the automatic win. Going to J.R. David's a 97 with a 7 on that 94 in a red light start. Bailey Neighbor, Will Harrison. Will at 516 to be in that three-way Chevrolet lane with a brand new car out of that Harrison Speed Performance in for him and Tracy. Bailey Neighbor, 458 for the Neighbor Motorsports team car. By the way, Pro ET round 2, double entries 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4. Pro ET round 2, doubles 1 and 2, singles 3 and 4. So the above all full tile cleaning team car for Bailey Neighbor, 458. Will Harrison, 516 for the fabricator. Will gets in there just the last second. Watch this baby at the finish line. 3,000 separated off that starting line. Bailey, 4,600 on that 458 dial, 016 for the win. Will Harrison, 517.9 on that 516 dial in, 019, 2,000ths of a second. Going to Bailey Neighbor in the Michelob Ultra Lane is Trent Flores and Julianne Meloff. Julianne far side. Washington, stunning. 468, Julianne. Jason, Trent Flores, another former junior, 496, Trent Flores. Victory Express for that Dreamweaver Racing team. Roll up the pre-stage as Julianne waiting on Trent. Now they're set. Head start, Trent. Green light starts. Julianne out of Washington rolls up alongside Trent. Wow. Trent goes to 98 with a 4 on that 96 dial. He was 71 on the tree. Julianne was 37, a bunch better, but then was way off, 9 off, 77 with a 3. At only 128, clicking it off down there and coasted, as you see way down track there. Eric Truby, Jason Rosenbaum, two guys that, well, 469 Jason, who picked up the win last year at the Silver State Refrigeration Classic on Missouri Enterprises Sunday, and Eric Truby, Joe Giesler, 487, Eric Truby. O16 moves second. It does not get there. Jason Rosenbaum, perfect in reaction time. 73 with a 2 on the 69 dial for the win. Eric wasn't bad. Eric was 16 on the tree, 89 with the 9 on that 87 dial for the loss. By the way, 3,000s difference at the finish line to Jason, that Townsend Grill dragster Chase Learcamp, Dwayne Ringnet. Dwayne in from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. That's like way up there. 454. Chase, well, he had a short walk compared to Dwayne. He's in from Olympia, Washington. 456, Chase Learcamp. Head start, Chase. Well, like that much. That much. I'll get in front of the camera. Come on, it's a 56 to the right, 54 to the left. Wayne, they will lead S1. Down there at the finish line, wow. Chase was 15 on the tree, broke out by 5 thou. Dwayne kind of missed it, 43 on the tree, goes 55 with a 4 on that 54. and gets the win. And I'm kind of a little bit stunned on that one. Race Kid Gabe Torres, the assassin for Kid Performance, trying to win their race from Double Drip, Idaho. 463 for the assassin, Race Kid. 468 for Gabe Torres. The assassin and the card shark. Seriously, Gabe's a pretty good poker player. Played in the World Series of Poker a couple times. Head start, Gabe. Green light start. 3 thou is the difference. And it's Gabe by 7 thou. Gabe Torres, 20 on the tree, dead 7 for the win. Race Kid, 23 on the tree, 1 over with a 1. That's 7 thousandths of a second. Going to Gabe Torres, that three-way Chevrolet. Victor Clark, Gage Cameron. Victor right side, 475. Won the Idahoans. Gage Cameron, Bakersfieldian. 495 Gage, three-way Chevrolet lane. Victor Clark, 005 red. Gage 43. Gage goes dead on 3. Moving to the next round in Super Pro, the Silver State Refrigeration Classic on Kid Performance Friday. So a little bit of track prep going on down there. Be just a second here. We'll continue on. Jason Pad, Lightly Learcamp. That would be in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Jason in from Alberta, Canada. 453, Jason Pad. 462, Riley Learcamp. They are pre-staged. Riley's in, waiting on Jason. 2 go down, 1 comes back. Wow, this baby's gonna be sweet down there. It's really sweet if you're Jason Pad by 5,000. Jason's 23, dead 9 for the win. Riley, 29, dead 8 for the loss by 5 thousandths of a second. Jason Pad moving to the next round in Super Pro, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic on Kid Performance Friday. A little bit of track prep going on out there. So just about done there. Be a few minutes. Pro ET round 2 will be coming out next. Pro ET round 2 will be coming out next. Barn, I got to tell you, I had breakfast with Chad this morning, and the chances of him covering anything, that bill came to the table, and I've never seen Chad move so fast for that door at that restaurant there at Zingo's in Bakersfield. So I ended up picking up the tab. Chad just fell off the scaffold in laughter. You picked up the tab, Nate? Holy cow. Well, we had work to do. Go to the store. What? Chad just happened to leave his wallet, his room for some reason or another, huh? So as Jim Black out on the Kubota tractor finishes up the cleanup there here at the great staff here at Famosa Drag Strip and the SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari down there, Nate Hershey is going to take you through round number 2 of Pro ET.
Well, let's see. We have got Pro round number 2 sitting back in the staging lanes. We have got our live feed. Thanks to the folks at Bang Shift and Optima Battery and Holly, Up and Adam. I'm going to turn this speaker. I don't know. This room kind of echoes back at me, but I like it. I like it. It's fun. So with Pro round number 2 on a Kid Performance and Dyno Friday here at Famoso Dragway, we're going to be getting after it. Racers, if you are on property, remember the Door Car Clash. Those shootout entries are open. Again, we're going to take 16 Pro, 16 Super Pro cars. $550 will get you in for an opportunity to win $10,000 on that Saturday shootout. We've got Pro rolling up. We've got, should have all of our Pro round number 2 cars back in. Yeah. For all of you that are listening in out in the chat bleachers, good afternoon. I figure if you're, at least East Coast and on, since it's afternoon here, it's good afternoon. Maybe it's getting to be good evening, depending on where you're listening in from. If it's, I don't know. We had somebody in from Poland earlier, so maybe it's good evening, good night, good morning. I don't know what it is over there. But it is, it's cool. Yep. See, Chad clarified it. Chad clarified it. Mike English and Jake Hasten had long left the building, and Chad and I were sitting there finishing up breakfast. So, yeah. But Chad is live atop the scissor lift. I want to see what about, we'll call it the 150 suite. He might be closer to 200, but about 150 or 200 feet down the racetrack. What's up, RTC? What's up, Barn? That's kind of what I was thinking, Chad, is I picked up the bill this morning. Somebody else is picking it up tonight. I got the better end of the deal. But our pro cars are into the water box, out of the water box, onto the starting line. We have got our first two, Jacob Beckwith and Sean Ayling, going to kick things off here in pro. 646, the dial for Sean. 734, the dial for Jacob. And Jacob is going to drop it red by 15 thousandths of a second. The red Malibu leaves the starting line early. Sean Ayling will get the free ride into round number 3. It's 10 o'clock at night in Poland. Well, okay then. 645 on a 646. Ayling was 40 on the tree. Ends up 7th thou under the dial, picking up a win light and advancing into round number 3. Jake Beckwith is going to have to call it a day as Dennis Paz and C.W. Hofer. C.W. right side. Dennis left side. Grab the popcorn and just watch. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Dennis in the El Camino dialed in at 659. C.W. in the Firebird, dialed in at 748. CW has found the stage bulbs. Dennis Paz is there. Tree drops, and we stay green. Game on. Firebirds out front. Here comes the El Camino finish line. Says CW Hofer. 25 green and 1 above. Taking a 4.5 thousandths of a second stripe will get the win light. CW was 25 on the tree. Dennis Paz had the 046 light. Paz ends up going 658.9 on a 659. Couldn't get there, didn't catch him, and CW tightening it up to 4th thou gets the win light. Dennis fouls out here in round number 2. CW will move on, and we will bring up 2 more. Pedro Valadez and the 01 Firebird on the left side, and Denny Volvo, the copper-colored 72 Chevelle on the right. In set ready, 707's the dial for Pedro leaving first. 597 is the dial for Denny leaving second. And 55 thousandths of a second is the difference in reaction time. Win light belongs to Pedro. Pedro was 33 green. Denny was 88 green. Denny goes 1 above. Pedro goes 2 above. On the little hole shot, Pedro Valdez will light up the scoreboard for the Fullerton-based Firebird. Out of the left lane as we bring up Jeff Ball and Sasha Ofer. Jeff in the altered. Sasha in the white Firebird. So CW has turned on 1 scoreboard. We'll see if Sasha can also turn on 1 scoreboard. And again, remember, for our pro cars, if you are double entered, they're looking to get you back into the lanes as quickly as possible. Sasha was 743 now, lights up her side of the scoreboard. Again, 33 green is the winning reaction time. Sasha's 1 above, 744. On the 743, getting their first by 23 thousandths of a second. Jeff Ball was 42 green and 3 above at the dial. 594 on a 591. You know, I did mention the get out the popcorn, and now all of a sudden everybody had turned into like a kettle corn and a, cover it in butter and cheese. Cheese. That's good stuff too. All right, back to what really matters here. Robert Crum and Stan Deming. Deming left side out of Idaho, dialed in at 627. Crum right side in the Nova out of Chino, California, dialed in at 662. Both are green. They basically inverted each other's reaction time. Stan Deming was 032. Robert Crum was 023. Crum gets there first by 25 thousandths of a second to be dead on 4. 23 dead 4. To be 27 total for Robert Crum. Stan Deming was 32 on the tree and had no opportunity to turn on a win light there as Robert Crum locks him out as Stephanie Paz and Andy Schmall going to be our next 2. So Andy. I want to know if on the bottom of Andy's race car he wrote like his name on it, kind of like, Toy Story. on the bottom of the boot wrote Andy. I think Andy should like write his name on the bottom of the Bad Banana because that would be cool. 592 the dial for Andy. Stephanie Paz in the Nova. Dialed in at 646. Out of the gate, we're green. Andy is in trouble. Stephanie treat him, and Andy pulls it out. Stephanie gets there first by 0.07 of a second, goes 644 on a 646 after she was 008 on the tree. Andy Schmall had an 041 reaction time, ends up 24th thou above the dial, just pushes Stephanie out the back door. And unfortunately for Stephanie, the breakout will end the day. For Stephanie, Andy Schmall moves on as Randy Stanley and Kim Nielsen. Nielsen, 2018 Porsche 911. Why not? Let's go bracket racing. Porsche spins the tires big time, leaving the starting line. Randy Stanley is out there, and the Nova will put an end to the Porsche's chase for the big check. Randy, 25 green. Kim was 046 green. Kim goes 641 on a 628. But the Porsche basically had no traction at this end of the racetrack. Randy goes 679 on a 675, getting there first by a 10th. And the 75 Nova picks up the win light against the Porsche 911 as Mike Agnew and Tim Arnswald. Arnswald, part of the Silver Platter Racing team, running out of Coachella, California. He's got the pre-stage bulbs lit on the right side, a 729 dial. Mike Agnew rolls up with a 606 dial in the Chevelle. I like the way that Chevelle leaves. Quick little wheels up, wheels down, sets him gently back on the pavement. Goes 610 on a 606 to get a win by 0.05 of a second. Agnew was 41 green. Arnswald was 40 green. So pretty much a 1 thou toss up between them in reaction time. Arnswald ends up a 10th above the dial, goes 739 on a 729. Agnew gets the win light, 4 above the dial, 610 on a 606. I'll bring up Dean Tabert and Garrett Agnew. Agnew in the junior comp car. Yes, we've got several of them that have entered into the race here today. A couple of them made their way into round number 2. Garrett being one of them, down at 621. Dean, and what he's calling a honey badger. Honey badger don't play. 576 on a 576. Guess what? Dean just got taken care of by a junior comp car. Garrett Agnew, 18 green and dead on 7. 621 on a 621 for Agnew in the junior comp. Dean was dead on 4. So Garrett dead 7, Dean dead 4. Garrett was 18 on the tree. Dean had the 042 reaction time and comes up 21 thou short at the finish line as our next junior comp will attempt to get it done against Jeff Taylor. Taylor in the Dakota out of Forest Grove, Oregon, dialed in at 566. Carly Ball, dialed in at 654. Click, click, go. How about 2 up and 2 win lights for the junior dragsters? Carly Ball, how about 5 total in the junior comp car? 003 dead on 2. Carly Ball puts up a 5-pack. Jeff Taylor, 98 on the tree. And then runs 567 on a 565 for Carly Ball. The win light there is Chuck Hall Jr. and Chris Johnson. Johnson is in at 5 in the Mustang. Now at 4. This end of the racetrack went to Johnson. Win light goes to Johnson. 591 on a 590. Chris Johnson was 14 green. Chuck Hawk was 053 and then goes 677 on a 674. So 53 and 3 hunt above for Chuck. Chris Johnson was 14 green and 1 above the dial to get the win light out of the right side as Robert Butler and John Victorino. Victorino, we're on one of the Paravolaris race cars. That pickup truck dialed in at 684 for the guy out of Novato, California. 622 is the dial in for Butler, and Butler just cut Victo's reaction time in half to get the win light on the double breakout. Victorino 14 green. Robert Butler was 007. John gets to the stripe first by 9 thousandths of a second. To be 31 thou under, Robert Butler gets there to be just 5 thou, 21 thou under. Butler gets there to be just 5 thou under. Win light goes to Butler as Tim O'More and Leslie Emery. Timmy. Hello. 592 the dial. For the Camaro out of the left lane. Leslie, 692 the dial. For the 94 S10 out of the right side. So a 1 second head start. As we get him in, set, and ready. Hey, Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car. We're going to take you into the staging lanes. Doubles to 1 and 2. Singles to 5 and 6. That's what we want. Leslie gets the win light as Tim O'More goes red by 3 thousandths of a second. 003 on the wrong side of the tree for Tim O'More, and then goes dead on 1. Yep, red and dead on. Leslie had a 172 reaction time, and Tim is going to go back to the trailer and make a sound that sounds a little bit like this. 003 red dead 1 hands it over to a 172 reaction time. Jody George, Steve Williams. Williams right side dialed in 589. George left side dialed in 687. The Calais versus the G5 win light goes to Williams. Jody George, not bad, 33 green. Steve Williams, 005 dead 7. To be 12 total. Jody George goes 689 on a 687, but Williams, who is trying to shed that whole, like, I used to be Steve Williams, now I'm Shelby's dad. Now I'm trying to get back to be Steve Williams. 005 dead 7, 12 total. Win light goes to Williams is Carl Grieger and Paige Smith. Once again, Super Pro door car for round number 2. Let's get you headed this way, please. Doubles to 1 and 2. Singles to lanes 5 and 6, please. Doubles to 1 and 2. Singles to 5 and 6. At some point, it's going to be like, all right, Super Pro door car, couples skate only. I don't know what it is. Carl, 671. Paige dialed in at 595. Away goes Carl, and here comes Paige. Separated by just 1 thousandth of a second. Win light goes to Greiger. 672 and a 671 was 054. Leaving this end of the racetrack. Paige Smith was just 1 thousandth of a second behind with the 055 light, but Paige, a 598 on a 595, allows Carl to hold on for the win light at the top end by 19 thousandths of a second as Steve Olivak and Charlie Olson. 1970 Mach 1 Mustang versus a 1970 Duster. Pick your favorite. Do you like the Dodges? Do you like the Fords? Do you like green eggs and ham? I don't know what it is. Steve at 003, 659 on a 654. Gets himself a win light by 400ths of a second. Charlie Olson was in trouble at the let-go. Had a 072 reaction time. Had given up 60. Plus in reaction time advantage. Olivak gets the win light. I know. I wasn't going to say 69, dude. I did anyway. So Olivak gets the win. Charlie Olson will have to wait his chance for tomorrow, or could swing down by the trailer and get signed up for the shootout tomorrow. The door car clash, 10 grand to win. $550 is the entry fee. If you want to be part of that shootout, get over there and get signed up. You need to. 680 the dial in for the Ventura. 668 the dial in for the Nova, and a red light start for the Nova of Jeff Dye. left 15 thousandths of a second too soon. And that was that. Jay Griner, 41 green, one above exactly. 681.0 on a 680 for Jay. There's Jim Holtz, Stan Montgomery. Montgomery in the two-tone, 63 Chevy 2. I've seen a lot of color combinations on the Novas that I like, and I think I like that one too. The black and blue. Nova out of the right lane, down 578. Jim Holtz in the 71 Datsun. Going to be getting about a 1.5 second, about a tree's worth of head start. Will belong to the Datsun. They're both green. Finish line says the Datsun's coming back for round number 3. 19 on the tree and 728 on a 727 for Jim Holtz. Stan Montgomery had an 058 reaction time. And then goes 579 on a 578 to come up 35 thousandths of a second short down at the finish line. That's going to bring up the machine. Mean Machine. Mean Machine. Wasn't that the longest yard, wasn't it? The remake of the longest yard. They had the Mean Machine. Rob Strong's dialed in at 702. Over on the right side of the racetrack in the yellow Firebird out of Hemet, California. Goes red by 29 thousandths of a second. The machine, the machine has engaged all of the gears. 004 dead on 7 for David Meyer. 004 dead 7 gets him a win light. Rob Strong actually gave him the win light by going red, but David Meyer was in no position to be trifled with there, as he was 004 dead 7. That'll bring up Ron Nichols and Linda Valdez. Linda, right side, dialed 681. Ron, left side, dialed 696. So the Hammer is dialed in at 696. Linda Valdez is dialed in at 781. Oh, Ron Nichols in round number 1 was brutal. This time, round number 2 was brutal to Ron. Ron let go 3+ tenths of a second early. Gets out of the throttle, runs 937. Linda Valdez, 12 green, and goes 696 on a 681. To move into the next round is Cliff Hall and Danny Valadez. Danny's dialed 667 in the white on red Camaro. Cliff Hall's dialed in at 606 in the 73 Maverick. Pre-stage bulbs are lit both sides of the racetrack as Danny rolls in, gets it staged, and goes red by 54 thousandths of a second. So Danny hands it over, runs 669 on a 667. Cliff Hall, 61 green, dead 5. To be 66 thou total. Carmichael, California-based Maverick moves into round number 3 as Bob Beals and C.W. Hofer. Starting to see our double-entered door cars that have survived into round number 2, making their way back up here to the starting line. So once again, Super Pro door cars, Super Pro door car. If you are double-entered, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. If you are single-entered, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Door car, door car, door car. It's door car mania. Door car days here at Fontana. 864 was the dial for Bob Beals, and 011 red is the drat factor. Bob Beals, C.W. Hofer, 44 green, goes 746 on a 748. When they say drat, it's like Drats. I don't know. Is it rats? Drat? I don't know. It's Chase Trimp and Sasha Hofer. All right, so I need a little help from my friends in the chat bleachers. Mark and I were talking earlier, in like the old, what are the Hanna-Barbera cartoons, the old Hanna-Barbera cartoons. Sasha dialed in 744, Chase dialed in at 660, and Chase Trimp 003, 12 or 16 thou above the dial is 19 thou total. Sasha Hofer had an 032 reaction time, ends up running dead on 3, and the win light goes to Chase, DeAndre Fitzgerald, and Andy Schmall. Andy, right side, dialed 593. DeAndre, left side, dialed in at 620. So, right, like Hanna-Barbera cartoons, right? You remember they had, I don't know, like the Vanilla Gorilla and the Grape Ape and all of that kind of stuff. The Vanilla Gorilla. That's what you call my nephew. He's like, dude, we talk about a guy that's like bleach blonde, like everywhere. And I dig the kid, but he's furry. Anyway, so DeAndre's dialed in at 620. Andy's dialed in at 593. So back to the original question here. What was the name of the dog that was like the villain sidekick that would just go, oh, DeAndre got some work to do against the banana. Won't be able to pull it off. Andy Schmall, 16 green, dead 7 for Andy. DeAndre Fitzgerald is 45 green, takes 2 hunt at the stripe, and ends up 615 on a 620. What the heck was that dog? Heck, I can't even. Something dastardly. I can't remember the villain's name. No, I'm thinking of the guy. Yeah, I'll go to Google and figure it out. Take a Beckwith, Tim Arnswall. Tim right side, dialed in at 731. Beckwith left side, dialed in at 736. Arnswald's in and staged. Beckwith gets in. Advantage at this end of the racetrack belongs to the Malibu. Win line's going to go that way as well. 735 on a 736. It's a double breakout affair. Huntley, thank you. Chad, appreciate that, man. Muttley. I think we're going to make that a rule. If you have to laugh up here on the mic all weekend long, you got to do it like that. He's going to go. Arnswald goes 728 on a 731. Beckwith goes 735 on a 736. Beckwith under by 8 thou. Tim Arnswald under by 25 thousandths of a second. And Winlight goes to the Malibu as Tyler Smith now rolls up in the 68 Nova. Going up against Randy Stanley. Randy's 34 green. 675 on a 676. Tyler Smith goes red by 28 thousandths of a second. 653 on a 658. Randy 34 green goes 675 on a 676 as we bring up Rob Neighbor and Stan Deming. Deming the 76 Nova, excuse me. That is Pedro Valdez. I did it a second time. It's Pedro. Valdez 707. Deming dialed in at 627. Win light belongs to Deming. 628 on a 627. Deming was 33 green. Take 2 thou at the stripe to be 1 above. Pedro Valdez, 27 green and 18 thou above to come up 28 thousandths of a second short. Dean Tabor, Jeff Taylor. Jeff, who got a 5-pack, dropped in his lap moments ago. Trying to stay alive in 2. He's dialed in at 566. Dean Tabor dialed in at 575. And I know that We started that whole conversation like a few months ago in Vegas about the proper pronunciation of Tigard. 577 on a 575 for Dean. 49 green. Jeff Taylor was 2/100ths of a second behind in reaction time at an 069, and then goes 568 on a 566. So Jeff Taylor, unfortunately, in round number 2, has decided that he no longer likes drag racing. All right, that's not true, but I'm sure that's a thought that probably crossed his mind. Like, this is dumb. Why am I doing? Dean 49 green, 577 on a 575. We're going to get our final car in pro at round number 2. Craig Merrilees rolling up here on the solo shot. Craig in the Camaro's 95 green and then goes 633.5 on a 634 to wrap it up for pro round number 2. We got Super Pro door cars occupying a ton of space back here in the staging lanes, which is a good thing. Again, if you are double entered in Super Pro door cars, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. If you are single entered in Super Pro door cars, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. And if you have not yet made your way into the staging lanes and you are a Super Pro door car that is still alive in round number 2, geographically speaking, you are in the wrong spot. If you're not in the staging lanes, if you are in the staging lanes, you're in the perfect spot. You're good. And if you are looking around wondering who you are going to be paired up with in round number 2, and you may be looking at it going, oh, yeah, I want to race that guy, or oh, yeah, I want to race that guy, then you're probably that kind of guy that goes, put me in, coach, I want the ball. If you're somebody else that's out there going, I don't know that I want to race that guy, you're probably smart because every single person that's sitting back there in the staging lanes is pretty darn good at this stuff. Pretty darn good at this. Except for the guy that is standing at the front of the staging lanes. We'll talk a little bit more about the guy that's standing in the front of the staging lanes a little bit later on. Hey, racers, your attention, please. Racers, for Saturday night's door car clash, we currently have 13 of 16 spots filled. Did he say on the pro side? 13 and 10. So there's still a few spots open if you are looking to get in. There is still plenty of time to get into tomorrow's race, but these spots are filling up, which is kind of why we're telling you that they're well over 50% full on both sides. So the spots are going. If you want to get into the Super Pro, or excuse me, the door car clash for Saturday night, if you want to get into the door car clash for Saturday night, let's make sure. 64 car clash coming up this Saturday night. Again, it is $550 to enter. The winner is going to be walking away with 10 grand. It's going to be 16 pro cars versus 16 super pro cars. And if you want to be part of it, you need to get over to the trailer, get yourself signed up. Again, they are well over 50% full on each side. You want to be in the game? You better get over there. Sean Ealing, Dustin Wirtz. Wirtz left side, dialed 527 in the Silver Bullet. Red light start for Ealing in the topless Corvette. UB Ealing. 006 red, 642 on a 645. Dustin Wirtz is 24 green. And it goes 517 on the 527. Dustin moves on. Sean bows out at least for that go round. And since Sean came out of the single enter cars, uh-oh. Yeah. There's Dennis Paz and Byron McCulloch. McCulloch out of Petaluma. In the 67 Camaro. 659. The dial in on both sides of the track. Tree's going to drop at exactly the same time, and we'll be able to see who moves first or not. But yeah, to the untrained eye. How about 007 Dead 4 for Dennis Paz? Dennis gets the win light over Byron. Byron was 44 on the tree. Dennis was 007. Byron couldn't catch him as Dennis goes dead on 4 to get the win light with now Daniel McClellan and Larry Scarth. Scarth. Huge. Huge. Thing's massive, but it moves. It didn't quite move the way that he wanted it to off the starting line, but it moves. 605 on a 589. McClellan was 002 on the tree. Larry Scarth was 719 thousandths of a second behind that in reaction time. Hurtful. So 622 on a 619, but Dan 002. Larry's reaction time started with a 7. McClellan moves on as DJ Humard and AJ Cameron. So it's DJ versus AJ. And only one of them gets to advance. Cameron in the El Camino with a 661 dial. Humard in the Nova Wagon with a 641 dial. See, that's the kind of thing that I dig about bracket racing. I'm going to go watch a 64 Nova Wagon race a 66 El Camino. And that was a great little race. AJ 005 on the tree gets there first by 39 thousandths of a second. He goes 659 on a 661 to lose via the breakout. DJ Humard was 18 green and 12 thou above to get the win light. Take the Nova into round number 3 is Jason Pad and Jordan Yeager. Jason with his dragster, moments ago in the buyback round, was able to advance. Now has the 75 Love Truck. Lined up left side with a 596 down, Jordan Yeager. The black on blue Camaro. So a 596 to a 621. Win light is Jason Pads. He's 599 on a 596 after the 023 reaction time. Jordan Yeager was 19 green, 4 above, 625 on a 621 and 80. To answer your question, it is a 32 car shootout, 16 pro cars, 16 super pro door cars. And they will duke it out for the $10,000 purse tomorrow night here at Bakersfield. I'd like to say like tomorrow night under the lights, but I don't think we're going to be racing that late. I don't know. Maybe it will be. Final round might be under the lights. I'm just saying. Might not be. I was going to say, I mean, the only other time I've ever been here, I think we did race under the lights for a little bit, but I'll tell you kind of my interesting, or at least what interests me about the history thing here. 694 on a 695. David Pohl gets to the finish line first by 7 thousandths of a second to break out by 7 thousandths of a second. He had the 049 light. Pete had an 014 light. Pete goes 573 on a 570. Ends up 35 thou above the dial. And gets the win light. It's essentially left lane needed to get there perfect. It did not. Pete's Porsche moves on as Pearson Deming and Randy Cloud going to be coming up now. Randy gets invited to take the rest of the afternoon off as Pearson Deming is 20 on the tree and goes 652 on a 651. 20 and 14 thou above. 254624. Great. RTC. Now you got Chicago in my head. And don't get me wrong, Chicago's a great band, but of all of the songs that Chicago does, I don't know that 25 or 6 to 4 is one of my faves. But now it's stuck in my head. Kevin McClellan, Jeff Higgins. Higgins dialed 555, fouls it away by 4 thousandths of a second. Kevin McClellan is 14 green and dead one. 15 total. Jeff Higgins, guess what? He's red and dead on. 004 red, dead on 3. Higgins. Mr. Higgins. I know it's Mrs. Wiggins, but Jeff Higgins. Ouch. Kevin McClellan, 15 total. K-Mac moves to round number 3 is Jamie Schmall and Brad Pierce. The Mommobile versus the 58 Corvette GTI is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Please. Pierce dialed 627 is 27 on the tree and no good. Jamie Schmall, 14 green, 4 above, takes 6 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Dragsters, Super Pro Dragsters, round number 2. Your attention, please. Super Pro Dragsters, round number 2. Let's get you headed this way. Double enter Dragsters to 1 and 2. Double entered Dragsters to 1 and 2. Single entered Dragsters. Let's get you headed to 3 and 4. Come on down. Double entered Dragsters to 1 and 2. Single entered Dragsters to 3 and 4, please. Chuck Hawk bows out as Anthony Matassa, 481 on a 480 after being 12 on the tree. Chuck Hawk goes 21 green and 491 on a 490 to come up 11 thou short at the finish line. Moving up Ted Seipel and Eric Dodge. Dodge in the Nova on the right side, dialed in at 531. Seipel left side, dialed in at 637. Win light to Dodge. Double breakout is the name of the game. Dodge was 15 greens. Seipel was 35 greens. So 20 thousandths of a second was the difference at this end of the racetrack. Dodge gets there first by 14 thousandths of a second to break out by 1 thousandth. Seipel gets there second, breaks out by 7 thousandths. Win light to Dodge. There's Mike Agnew and Rob Strong. Strong in the Firebird on the right side. Agnew, the Chevelle on the left side. Getting into our Super Pro door cart doubles that are making their way back into the staging lanes. Again, if you are one of our double entered Super Pro door cars, we are looking to make sure that you have made your way back into the lanes, please. Rob with that 702, Mike with a 605. Ready? Go. Mike Agnew leaves 10 thousandths of a second too soon. Rob Strong had the 023 reaction time and runs dead on 0. 23 dead 0 for Rob Strong. Mike Agnew was 10 on the tree. And then goes 608 on a 605 as Stephanie Paz and AJ Cameron. Stephanie right side, dialed 644. AJ left side, dialed 659. Seven thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Win light belongs to Stephanie. Stephanie was 59 on the tree. AJ was 52. AJ goes 663 on a 659. Stephanie Paz, 59 green and one above to go 645 on a 644. Let's see. So we're talking about getting everybody lined up back here in the staging lanes. We should have our double enter dragsters in lanes 1 and 2, single enter dragsters in lanes 3 and 4. So if you are still alive in 2, we should have you headed into lanes 1 and 2 in our Super Pro dragster if you're still alive in 2. And the guy that you are paying attention to as far as getting your pairings done is the one that looks like he stole a hat from an old lady in an English garden. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what that big gray hat reminds me of. I mean, like I mugged some grandma in an English garden who was pruning her geraniums, and I borrowed the hat to keep the sun off of my ears. So why not? Why not? All right, Rich Harrison and Pete in his Porsche. Pete's Porsche dialed in at 565. Rich Harrison dialed in at 532. So we got dragsters for round number 2 rolling into the staging lanes. And it is a red light start for Pete by 21 thousandths of a second. Pete fouls it away, runs 612 down the racetrack. Harrison 20 green and goes 533. On a 532 is Andrew Olson and Tony Marconi. Marconi over to right side. Olson on the left side. Olson's dialed 593. Marconi's dialed 594. Might as well just call it a toss-up. It's a toss-up, right? 1/100th of a second difference in the dial. Go for it. Seven thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Winner is going to be Tony Marconi. 40 green and 595 on a 594. We'll get it done. Marconi actually gets there second to light up the boards. Andrew Olson was 33 green, 591 on a 593. Marconi for the win. Hey, racers, your attention, please. Your attention, please. We kind of need a little help with a lost and found item. If you happen to have come across a silver fuel cap, we've got a racer that's missing one. So, I'm sure there's a lot of fuel caps out there, and I'm sure, I believe black and silver are the two most popular choices in color. I don't think you're going to be, hey, do you happen to find like a lime green fuel cap? But no, if you found like a spare silver fuel cap, whether it's, on the return road or somewhere rolling around in the pits. If you find that laying around, bring it up here to the tower. We will reunite it with its owner. But if you happen to see one, I don't know, maybe it's even in the staging lanes. I'm not sure where it is, but it's not on the car. It's laying somewhere. Pretend it's Easter and go hunting for the silver egg. But if you happen to find one, bring it up here to the tower. We'll get it back to its owner. Matt Hartzell, Robert Butler. Hartzell dialed 562. Butler dialed 622. Winner's going to be Butler. He was 33 to Hartzell's 083. Hartzell, 0.05 of a second behind at the hit, goes dead on 9 and cannot make the math work to his advantage as Robert Butler goes 624 on the 622 after the 033 reaction time. Taking a 36 thousandths of a second margin of victory at the big end is D-Mac. Goes with the D-Mac. David Beckwith in the Chevy 2, dial 608. D-Mac in the El Camino. No, it's not. That's the family roadster. I just looked out the window. I'm like, what? No. Win light goes to McClellan, 590 on a 591. 18 green and 3 thou under. Beats 17 green and 9 thou under. Beckwith, 17 on the tree. And 9 thou under the dial gets beat by 18 on the tree and 3 thou under the dial. McClellan moves on as Craig Merrill leaves Dustin Wirtz. Getting down to the end of our Super Pro door cars. Dustin's in trouble. Dustin crawls. I mean, basically right there, Dustin was pinned down under the beach in heavy fire and somehow, some way crawled his way across enemy lines and comes up victorious. Craig Merrilees was 005. Dustin Wirtz was 063. Merrilees takes over a tenth at the stripe, breaks out. Dustin Wirtz gets handed back a life. It's like Pac-Man was pinned down in the corner and somehow, some way ended up with a magic mushroom or whatever that little button thing was that Pac-Man ate so that he could kill the ghosts. Merrilees hands it back to Dustin. Dustin hangs in there as Pearson Deming and Byron McCullough. So I get the thing about like being double entered, but it seems like a lot of our double entered cars, for some reason, have their name spelled one way and they've got it spelled another way, and it's just odd. Byron Red by 22 thousandths of a second goes 662 on a 658. No good. Pearson Deming, 37 green. 652 on a 651. Our door cars have completed. They have completed round number 2. If there are any straggler door cars that roll in, well, guess what? You'll be surrounded by dragsters. J.R. Learcamp and Tomas Bayer. I don't know. Isn't like Tomas, is that like a common name in the Nordic countries or something? Sweden, Denmark, Norway. Is Denmark considered a Nordic? No, it's more like Finland, Norway, and Green? I don't know. But it's more like Finland, Norway, and Sweden. Denmark's down below. I think. I'd have to go look at the geography. Yeah. I'll look at an old map. So Tom's dialed 491. JR is dialed 458. JR is in trouble as Bayer leaves the starting line 005 green. Take 15 thou at the stripe, ends up 2 above to get the win line. 493. on a 491 for Bayer. J.R. Learcamp is one above his dial, 459. As JR goes 450 or 459 on the 458 after the 032 reaction time. I think you're right, Barn. I think the resident Dane will probably be in the chat bleachers later today or tomorrow, depending on when he wakes up. Because it's probably like middle of the night there. Barn? He's the moderator. Which, well, I'll tell you what, it's actually kind of fun being the moderator. Timmel Moore, Jacob Stallworthy. Mo Moore dialed in at 491. In the dragster with a unique scoop over the left side. Jacob Stallworthy with a 435, 10 thou the difference in reaction time. Win light belongs to Timo. 492 and a 491 was 20 on the tree. Stallworthy was 10 on the tree, and 3 above is no good. Behind at the stripe by 8 thousandths of a second. Perfect. If we've got the Danes from Denmark, the Swedes from Sweden, and the Finns from Finland, they will be able to for sure tell us whether Denmark is considered one of the Nordic countries or not. I am not. I did that before I got on the mic. KJ Marco Paravalaris. This one will be fun. Paravalaris for the folks at Pinella and Hoosier. 451 the dial on that left side for Marco. For KJ. Going to talk about a kid that like dominated the junior dragsters when he was in there. Unfortunately, he turns it loose 2 thousandths of a second too soon and runs a 480 on a 482. And while I would love to give Marco credit for the win, Marco did do his job. He was 18 green. Lela, on the other hand, dialed it at 451 and it goes 4510. Credit where credit's due. Lela dials it to be dead on 0. Marco drives it to be 18 green, picks up the win light. KJ 480 on a 482. Unfortunately, let go 2 thousandths of a second too soon, and I did not know that. Greenland is part of the Kingdom of Denmark. Wow. Gibraltar? Yeah, that's exactly what the UK needs is another rock. Just saying. Just saying. Chad Axford and Dwayne Ringeth. Dwayne out of Alberta, 455 is the dial. Axford down a tenth of a second quicker than that with a 445. Chad 007, 447 on a 445. Dwayne was 45 green and 1 above. Win light goes to Axford. 007 and 27 thou above the dial gets him there first by 21 thousandths of a second. I was thinking the same thing, Barn. Like we'd have to check the Google machine. If it's on the internet, it's right. We all know that. If it's on the internet, it's absolutely 100% accurate. The other day on the internet, I saw that, Bing Shift Chad is the coolest guy on the planet. So that was on the internet. It must be true. I'm just saying. Greg Matthews now dialed in at 490. Tanner Theobald dialed in at 486. 20 thou the difference in reaction time. Win light goes to Theobald. 492 and a 486 for Tanner after his 033 on the tree. Matthews had 200 in his pocket with an 013 reaction time, but runs 503 on a 490, and the car just did not perform as Greg Matthews had anticipated. Mike Coltrane turns it red by 11 thousandths of a second. Mike Collins gets the win line, 14 green, and then 1 thou under. As Cooper Chun and Trent Flores. Trent in the Victory Express. Out of Lemoore, California, 497 is the dial. Cooper Chun dialed in at 498. So a Vancouver, Washington-based car. Right? Like every other car in Washington comes down out of Olympia. Yeah, all the Washington racers roll down. I don't blame them, man. I don't blame them. Cooper Chun, 17 green. Trent Flores was 29 green. Cooper is 14 thou above the dial. Trent is 17 thou above the dial. All the math adds up to a 15 thousandths of a second margin of victory for Cooper Chun in the Vancouver, Washington. That's one of those states where, especially in an event like this, where you got like lots of racers from Canada, lots of racers from all over. When you say Vancouver, you have to actually be like, okay, no, that's the Washington, not the Canada version of Vancouver. Look at it this way, it's like Bakersfield. They have one of those in Canada too? No, they might, but it's not this one. It's not this one. So with Jason Rosenbaum and a 470 dial, Dave Mazier. Again, big thanks to the folks at Mazier Enterprises for their continued partnership with us here at the West Coast Classic and all of the West Coast bracket races. Unfortunately, Jason Rosenbaum is going to let Dave take the rest of the day off by 17 ten-thousandths of a second. Rosenbaum 16 green dead 5. Dave Mazier is 20 green dead 2. Mazier 22 total. Jason Rosenbaum 21 total. And Dave Mazier's going, come on. Like, that was a decent lap. Jason Rosenbaum, yeah, it was a good lap. You were right there with me at the finish line. Dean Bush, Jason Pad. Pad's got a 454 dial. Dean's got a 480 dial. All right, so with Jason Pad, Dean Bush on the line. Dean dialed 480. Jason dialed 454. Finish line says Dean Bush is going to be 12 green, dead 6 to be 18 total, picking up the win light. Jason Pad is 16 green, goes 455 on a 454. And as Neil Pressimone and Dale Taro is back up for the burnout, well, it's kind of like when you're watching NHRA on TV and, they get like one of the funny car or the top fuel drivers that join them to be their guest announcer in round number 2. That means that round number 1 didn't go the way that they wanted. We got a guest announcer here in the booth, but he's a cool one. Jody George going to take over on the mic here for a minute and talk you through a little bit more of Super Pro Dragster round number 2.
All right, here we go. Famoso. Press on to Dale Terros. Dale Terros with a front motor car, a little unconventional, but he will put you on the trailer. There is a reaction time advantage. Can he make it work on the big end? Yes, Neil, 011. 478 on the 477. That's all he needed. He's good. Dale Terros gets to take the rest of the day off. Hopefully, he's got reservations down there at the Idle Spur. Three-Way Chevrolet Lane. I got to give a shout out to Three-Way Chevrolet, of course, because they helped me come out here. Kobe Fuller, 440 the dial, and Michael Gidcombe out of Riverside, California, and somebody here out of Savannah, Georgia. word for the farthest away guy? Would it be one of the Canadians, Georgia? Who's farthest away this weekend? All right, Michael's in. Colby taking his time. He's in. Gonna have to sit and wait about half a second. Here comes the fast dragster. Can he make it work? Nope. Michael Gidcombe out of Riverside makes it work. 509 with a 7 on a 509. This is where things start to get serious. There's no more 30 lights. There's no more miss the dial. You got to be dialed in to come back for the next round here. I was not double oh 005 on the tree like my competitor last round. So our camp had a rough day, but we're going to get him tomorrow. Bobby Dye Jr. out of Ontario, California, in the 2015 American Dragster, 454 is the dial. I got a feeling his motor's bigger than a 454. Gordon Bovin out of Boise, Idaho, 465, touch slower. Everybody's out green. Bobby Dye Jr., Gordon Bovin. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Bobby Dye Jr. 455 with a reaction time advantage. Good enough to come back for the next round. Will Harrison out of Tracy, California, just a short jaunt up the road. All those NorCal guys are coming south now. Unfortunately, Sacramento went away. We got Reading up there, but Reading's having a heritage race. You can't win 20 grand at a heritage race. And Victor Clark, out of another Boise, Idaho player, 475 is a dollar. Those guys bring some fast cars from Idaho. Victor turns on the top bulb. Will Harrison taking his time. Top bulbs are lit. They're in. They're out. Victor Clark, little early. Will Harrison, 009 reaction time, 519 on the 18, coming back for round number 3 of Super Pro Dragster. Riley Learcamp out of Olympia, Washington, and Julianne Meloff. 468 to 463, almost a heads up drag race in a couple of real fast races. So there are spots for the shootout tomorrow. The door car shootout, 32 cars, going to go for 10 grand. Last count, we heard there was 13 Super Pro and 10 Pro. Just take your $550 over to the trailer, get in, and you get the shot at winning 10 grand. You can't win if you don't get in. Julianne out, 005 red. Riley Learcamp, 004, 463 with a 2. How about a 6-pack for Riley Learcamp? A 6-pack. Julianne, 2 off the dial. Didn't matter when Riley went 004, dead 2. Second round, and we're already serious here. We got David Myrie, machine, the hitter. Owned me a couple of air bleeds earlier. Thanks, Dave. And Bailey Neighbor. This is going to be a good one. One out of Miraloma, all above pool tile cleaning. And David out of Sheridan. Says he's in the Cavalier. He's not. He's in the Dragster. 475 to 459. Bailey going to have to sit and wait just, I don't know, bulb and a half. Creeping in, creeping in. Dragster just stayed so gingerly. It's amazing. They're out. Oh, David, 003 red. Bailey, 018. How close to the 59? 58.6. Fourth thou off. Here we go. A couple of locals. Former track champion Krista Sudam at the 475 dial. And the 02 Cameron Dragster and Gage Cameron. with the 489, 498. A current track champion for Studem. She's trying to triple up. Was she 2 years in a row? All right, Krista and Gage. They know each other well. Their parents have known each other since they were little kids coming out here. Their parents racing juniors. Here they are. Jay Cameron from Valley Auto Painting. You need your semi painting? Call Jay Cameron. That pretty red and black El Camino you see out here. Valley Auto Painting. So Krista, the quicker of the two. About 2 bolts. Krista's in. Gage is in. Gage is out. Krista's out. There's a touch of a reaction time advantage begin. Oh, Krista pushes Gage out. 008 for Gage, 26 for Krista. She turns him loose, 476 with a 6 on a 75. Krista coming back for round number 3. Mark Barnhart out of New Mexico. And Chase Learcamp out of Olympia, Washington. 456 to a 450, 69, close. Pro. This is your call. Doubles to 1 and 2. Single entries to 3 and 4. Pro, this is your first call. Back to the lanes, please, Pro. 1 and 2 for doubles, 3 and 4 for singles. Mark Barnhart, New Mexico. Chase Learcamp, Washington. They're out green. Wow, this is going to be good on the big end. Who's it going to be? Chase Learcamp. 20 on the tree, 456 with a 0 on a 456. Final call, Super Pro Dragster. Final call, Super Pro Dragster. If you're not here, you're about to get left out. Wow. 001 at the stripe for Chase. Breaks Mark out by 2,000 of a second. Caitlin Torres out of that Torres camp, and Mark Murashiro out of Torrance, California. Mark, 490 the dial, going to be out just a touch above Caitlin Torres. Torco sponsored dragster. Mark, one of my favorite people to see in the pit. Every time I see him, he's smiling and got something positive to say. Just to Mark can get by Caitlin. Once again, pro lanes 1 and 2, double entered, single entered 3 and 4. Super Pro dragster. If you're not here, you're about to get left out. Mark's out. Caitlin's out. Reaction time advantage to 1 lane. It's going to be Mark Murashiro, 11 on the tree, 493 with a 9. Caitlin, 59 on the tree, dead 2. So Mark gets her done, coming back for round number 3 of Super Pro Drag. Ryan Clayville out of Oak Hills, California in the Mullis, and Chris Stock out of Carlsbad in the Worley. 3-way Chevrolet lane for Ryan, CP lane for Chris Stock. Super Pro. Last call. There's about 8 dragsters left, and if you're still in and you're not here, I don't think they'll let you buy back into round 3 just because you missed the call. So get up here. Ryan and Chris. There are still door car shootout entries left for tomorrow. And last time I walked by the trailer, there was T-shirts left, and that's rare. Last year, I did not get a Triple X T-shirt for the fat guy. I had to just buy a 2X and give it to somebody else. So go get a T-shirt, take your $550, get into tomorrow's shootout. Reaction times are very different at the starting line. Chris Stock, 001, and he knows he had the advantage. 507 on the 501. Ryan, maybe problems. Reaction. Pro, lanes 1 and 2 for double entered. Lanes 3 and 4 for single entries. Race Kid and Gabe Torres. This is going to be a good one. Two heavy hitters that are always going late in the round. Torres family out of La Puente, California. Val Torres Construction and Race Kid. Where he's from? He's from Boise, Idaho. Kid Performance. You need a motor? Call Kid Performance. They will build you a good one. Gabe, race. They're in. Dial's pretty close. 68 to a 64. Everybody's out green. Reaction time's not going to become a factor. Big in. Gabe Torres, 26 on the tree, 468.9. Race Kid, 26 on the tree, also 465.8. Touch off the dial. Gabe Torres coming back for round number 3 of Super Pro Dragster. Towerside Jacob Stallworthy out of Boise, Idaho, and a brand new, the 24 Miller Dragster. And JR Learcamp, another one of those Learcamp crew. 459 for Learcamp, 436 for Jacob. Once again, pro to lanes 1 and 2, pro to lanes 1 and 2 if you're double entered, lanes 3 and 4 if you're still in single entered. Jacob, JR, who's it going to be? They're both out green. There is a reaction time advantage, and it goes to the winner, Jacob Stallworthy. 12 on the tree, 437 with a 0 on the 36. 007 at the stripe. Can't make it too much tighter than that. Wasn't B00 take 00, but he was close. It was B12 take 00. Mike Coltrane out of Boise, Idaho, in another brand new dragster, 24 Miller, and Tanner Theobald out of Washington, Utah. A state within a state, Washington, Utah, the 22 Miller, 486 to a 441. Mike's got his ride tuned up. Mike's in. Tanner is in. They're both out green. One flat 60 for Mike. Gonna be Mike. 49 on the tree, 443 on the 41. Both of them a little off the dial, a little off the light, but that's okay. Final call. Super Pro Dragsters. There's 3 left. If you're not here, you're gonna get bypassed and light the barbecue, I guess. Super Pro Dragster. If you are still in and you're not here, Super Pro. If you're in Super Pro Dragster, you need to get right away. Chevrolet Lane, Cooper Chun out of Vancouver, Washington. 5 flats, the dial. And Dwayne Ringeth out of Alberta, Calgary, Alberta. Wow. 455 for Dwayne, 5 flat for Cooper. Last call, Super Pro Dragster. And Pro. Double enter Pro still in, like 1 and 2. Single entries to 3 and 4. They're in. Super Chunk, Dwayne Riggin. They're out. Nothing given or taken up here. It's got to be Dwayne. 23 on the tree, 455 with a 3 on a 455. Cooper breaks out by 8 foul. It is Marco Paravaloris out of Nevada, California, 3-way Chevrolet Lane 4. 5 ones the dial. Up against Dave was here, 485. Wow. This is going to be a good one. Burned out. Dave is here, Marco Paravaloris. 451 to 485. Both of these guys going around at every race you see them at. This is going to be a good one. They're in. Wow. Fantastic. At the tree, where are we going to be? We're going to be Dave Mazier, 007 Dead Zero. How about a 7-pack? How about Marco, 009 Dead 2? 11 pack's no good. What it's about. Be double O, take double O, and that's exactly what Dave Mazier did. Knew he had a heavy hitter in the other lane, and he brought his A game. Here it is. Last couple of cars in Super Pro. We got Robert Neighbor and one of my favorite cars here, Cameron Webb. How about a nostalgic ass guy, Andy guy who throws a box in his car and comes out and tries to win thousands of dollars at a big buck shootout, and he's going around. Robert Neighbor 458, Cameron Webb 550 a dial for the 23 Ultra. That car is beautiful. A lot of TIG welding going on. They're in. They're out. Can Cameron hold off Mr. Neighbor on the big end? It's going to be Cameron Webb. Pushes him out. 551 on the 50. 457 with a 4 on a 458 for Robert Neighbor. So Cameron coming back for round number 3. Your single, your last pass in Super Pro, and then Jay Kason's going to bring you pro.
Mr. George, thank you very much, sir. As now not only a driver and car owner, you have lots of responsibilities, and I do appreciate you getting the time to say hi. And team manager. You're absolutely right, Mike. Yeah. All right. Got one more pass here to go. It's a single run. And then we're going to get into the next round of pro. You look around out there and you sit there and you say to yourself, okay, who's the duck at this table? If you don't see one right away, it might be you. This is serious business going on out here now. Dragster runs through the other end, just kind of shutting her off easy, goes 586, 108 miles an hour. Goes through the quarter mile at 1069 and 82 miles an hour. Pro, final call, final call. You guys, we're pulling you out now. Bro, we are pulling you out now. Randy Stanley out of the Hawaiian island of Kuna, Idaho. 75 Nova, 675 the dial on that machine. 646 the dial in for Sean Allen. Sean making it out of Rohnert Park. 91 Corvette. Saw the roof off. Get a better view when somebody's tracking you down. In this particular case, though, he's tracking down Randy. Light's pretty close as they get to the finish line. Win light comes up. Sean Ealing. Sean 041 light beats the 056 light. Then a 47 with a 7 on a 46. 76 with a 2 on a 75. Randy's actually a little bit closer to the dial. But the good news for Sean is he had a little bit better reaction time. Worked out really well. Mike Agnew alongside C.W. Hofer. Mike Agnew 608 to dial in. Hofer dialed in at a 746. So he's going to get about a 1.5 second head start. Big wheels up launch for the Chevelle. Down at the other end, looking out the side window. Oh, baby. 45 with a 4 on a 46. CW breaks out by 0.06 of a second. Mike Agnew getting there second, but takes the win. Goes 609 with a 1 on a 608. Close to the dial and forces the breakout and moves on to round 4. Well, this one's going to be some fun. Chase Trimp, he's got that little Opal figured out, having all kinds of trouble with it on Thursday. Shows up today, and it's like, all right, now I'm ready to kill. Alongside Andy Schmall. Andy 593, the dial in on that Beretta. Going to get about a 0.5 second head start over to Case. Case has gone Beretta's red. Andy goes red by 5 thou. Well, you had to be working it, big boy, because 005 green for Case. He goes 59 with a 2 on a 59. So he put together a 7 thou pack. So, yes, you had to do more than try. You had to kill. As it works out, the 59 with a 2 is good for the win. Chase Trimp moves on to the next round. Here's Sasha Hofer. Sasha 743 to dial in on her Firebird. Alongside Robert Butler, the 66 Chevelle. Good-looking machine. Dialed in at 622. Sasha's 743. Obviously, the head and a smidge and some. They're out there getting close to the finish line. I'd say lights are near identical. Win light comes up for Sasha Hofer. She gave 3,000ths away on the tree. That ain't a lot, especially when you run a 44 with a 2 on a 43. 24 with an 8 for Robert. He got close, but not close enough. Sasha takes an 0-1 stripe down at the other end and moves on to the next round. Chris Johnson, that good-looking Duster. 72 Duster with a big 440. 505.90. The dial in for the Duster, giving a 1 and change head start, almost 2 second head start over to Carl. Carl driving the 82 S10. S10 out in front. Here comes Chris Johnson trying to track him down. Answer is in a double breakout. Carl Grieger gets there with a 670 with a 6 on a 71 close to the dial and takes the win. Listen up, Pro. There's a couple cars that have not made it back to the lanes yet. I know some of you double enter guys have already gone down the track. Don't forget you need to come back. The line is not as long as it used to be back in the good old days. The line is a lot smaller. So that means you need to mosey on up here like a right now. The quicker you get here, better chance you have of winning. Okay, anybody got an electric shifter solenoid looking for a 12-volt electric solenoid shifter solenoid? Need one bad, come up to the tower, tell us where it is, and we will get it to the person who needs it desperately. Speaking of desperately, how would you like to go triple O on the tree and lose by breaking out by 2,000? Put together a 2,000 pack on the wrong side, and oh man, gonna just have to hate yourself. Cliff Hall taking the win. Wow, that is the of the weekend, man. Perfect on the tree. Breaks up by 2,000 at the other end. Ouch, 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 ouch. Super Pro door car, double entries 1 and 2. Super Pro door car, double entries 1 and 2. Super Pro single entries, lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro single entries, lanes 5 and 6. Need you guys to lanes right now. Keep in mind, you especially double entry guys, there aren't as many as there used to be. So please, 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 please get up here as quickly as you can. Be ready to go. Here's Garrett Agnew driving the motorcycle on 4 wheels alongside Jim Walsh. Jim came out this morning, made a pass, and he's still doing real well out there. 726, the dial in for the Datsun. 621, the dial in for the Dragster. Big time red light for Jim Halls. 060 for Garrett Agnew, but you know what? It still puts on the wind light. 621 and 113 miles an hour. Garrett moves on. Jim, man, tough break on the red and runs a 29 on 26. Steve Allnich, 70 Mach 1. 654 the dial in. Gonna wait is Steve Williams. 592 the dial in. So he's gonna give about a 6/10 of a second head start over to that really kind of cool looking, pretty fast Mach 1. Steve Williams, an 08 Pontiac G5. I think they get a turbocharged 3-cylinder. Got down the other end. Wind light comes up. Steve Allnich. Steve goes a 57 with a 0 on a 54 after launching on a 004 light. Steve Williams goes under, trying to take the stripe away from Steve Allnich. Steve Williams, unfortunately, goes under by a tad, a smidge, a both. Steve Allnich takes the win. Super Pro door cars, double enters, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro door cars, lanes 1 and 2 for double entry. Lanes 5 and 6 for single entry. Okay, here we are. C.W. Hofer, 745 the dial in on his 87 Firebird. 576 the dial in on the Honey Badger. Dean Talbert, 69 Nova. Almost nothing separates them on this end. What it gets on the other end, CW 45 on a 45 with a 7. He had an 022 light, so he got 6 thou off the tree. Dean goes 028, runs a 77775. Well, of course, started with a 5, but all those 7s weren't lucky enough. 118.56 miles an hour. Dean was trying everything he could to track him down. Couldn't do it. CW moved on to the next round. And out of Idaho, alongside Pedro Valdez. Everybody taking her time, staging her up. Andy stage, Pedro stage. Pedro's out looking out that big back window on that Firebird. Who's going to get there? Pedro gets there first, good for the win. He runs a 7:10 on a 7:07. Andy runs a little closer to his dial-in, but he gave up 2 on the tree. Margin of victory at the other end, 0.002. 2 thousandths at the other end. Pedro takes the win. Big old long-nosed Firebird sneaking right in there. Man. Randy Stanley. I don't know if anybody else has noticed this, but both these racers are from the same town. Well, we rode 1,700 miles so that we could race each other. Live right down the street. Ooh, baby. 054 off the tree. Randy Stanley takes the win. He goes an 84 with a 2 on a 75. 709 on a 692. Leslie's car run way off. The S10 giving it up somewhere down there, only 97 miles an hour. But as it works out, Randy takes the win, coasting through. However you get there, puts the wind light on and moves on to round 4. Third call, Super Pro door cars, third call. Super Pro door cars, double enters, lanes 1 and 2. Single enters, lanes 5 and 6. Want to remind you, if you have a tow vehicle, whether it's scooter, golf cart, or whatever, please leave them over at the side. Do not put them in the active staging lane. Craig Marley's driving the 79 Camaro. They're in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. The Michelob Ultra lane, that's got Linda Valdez in it. Linda out of Bakersfield, the 67 Camaro. Super Pro door cars, you've all been called. Better of the 2 green lights comes up on Craig Marley's side. He goes 0-3 on the tree. He runs a 638 with a 9 on a 632, and that's good for the win. Linda runs an 83 with a 0 on an 81, but unfortunately gave up a little too much on the tree. And Craig moves on to round 4. David Meyer and the Cavalier been running pretty much the whole weekend over in the left lane. Now all of a sudden he's in the right lane. Will it make a difference? Hard to tell. At 79 Malibu out there, Jacob Beckwood. As a matter of fact, I think both of them things different than they've been running. He has run both, I think. But 736 is the dial in, so he's going to get a 1 and change head start. He tries to make it a little bit bigger head start and goes red, puts up 8 thou red. Wind light comes up over on Dave Meyer's side. Dave, nice 591 with a 0 on a 590. Starts it out with an 03 light. That's good enough to take it all and moves on to the next round. Ball Family Racing out there. Carly driving the Junior Comp Dragster. which is basically a really big motorcycle. This car's clutch car, which actually makes it even cooler. Hey, don't forget door car clash entries. 16 Pro, 16 Super Pro. Somebody walked out of there with 10 grand. It's a cash entry at the trailer. So swing on over to the West Coast Classic Bracket Racing trailer. Carly goes 655 on a 652 on her single run and moves on to round 4. So again, the door car clash, it's a 550 entry. Hey, do 4 rounds of racing, then do one more for 10 grand. Woohoo! Serious cash. That's a lot of fun. All right, here we go. It's Super Pro. Corvette's a pair. So there looks like there's 4 or 5 double entry Super Pro cars. Dustin Wirtz driving the drop top alongside Anthony Mazza driving the hard top. Fastback Corvette, 480 the dial. The drop top Corvette, 517 the dial. Wirtz making a trip down from Nampa. Anthony didn't come from so far away. He was over in Chatsworth. He's got his right-hand turn signal on. I think he's planning on heading over to Delano later. Oh man. Excellent light both sides of the track. Dustin goes 018 on the tree. Anthony near perfect 003, but the winner comes up. Dustin Wirtz, 519 with a 4 on a 517. Corvette runs 4 off the number. Down at the other end, the stripe, 23 10 thousandths. Eric Dodge in a Chevy. He comes from Boring, Oregon. Those guys should get a drag strip or something. Maybe they'll have more fun. Alongside Pearson Deming. Oh, man. Looks like Eric kind of rolled out backwards or something there in the lights. Not quite sure exactly what happened, but he was led by a ton. And 011 light for Pearson showing it off. With the red light, obviously, you can run it all the way out. Here's Rob Strong, 68 Firebird, 702 the dial into that Pontiac powered machine, alongside Daniel McClellan. Yes, those McClellans. Daniel out of Orange. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Dragsters, dragsters, dragsters. Super Pro dragsters, double enter lanes 1 and 2, single entry lanes 3 and 4. Come on down. Like my buddy Lumpy LaRue says, drag it out. Let's look at it. Bring them on. All righty. Daniel McClellan. We have a lot of generational drag racers here. And of course, the McClellan name, very famous. Daniel's dad, been drag racing since he was a little kid. Now Daniel, who's not exactly a little kid anymore, he's drag racing, picking up the sword. This car he's driving, by the way, is for sale. My suggestion would be, if you end up having to race him, you might want to just buy it from him before the round, because he puts on another show. He goes 009 on the tree, taps the brake pedal to a 595, and puts on the win light. Rob Strong, 037 on the tree, goes an 04 on 02, but nope, he isn't going to do it. Daniel takes a little bitty stripe down at the other end. B00, take 00. And there you go, taking the win light. Dennis Paz out of Stockton, the 65 El Camino, alongside Tony Marconi. Dennis taking his time staging up, but finally does give in and goes in first. Excellent light, both sides of the track. This is going to be anybody's guess down at the other end. Double breakout win goes to Tony Marconi. Tony gave up about 12 thou on the tree. Still did very well as he ends up only 2 thou under, as Dennis runs about 3 under. And unfortunately for him, that was way too much. Tony Marconi. Surprise! Yankee Tequila, the 76 Arrow. She moving on. Here's Stephanie Paz. So Stephanie going to try to hold up the flag here alongside Jason Pad. Jason out of Chesimir, Alberta. The 95 Love Truck. The only thing that would be cooler than having a 95 Love Truck would be having a 95 Love Truck McAdoo. Attention to the pits, door cars, Super Pro door cars. There's like 3 or 4 of you guys left in line. You guys, if you are one of the ones that should be there, you are running real close to dead late. Also, keep in mind, dragsters, you've been called. Dragsters, you've been called. Super Pro dragsters. Jason Pad, nice 01 on the tree, goes a 6 flat with an 8 on a 6 flat. Puts together about a 021 pack, and that's enough to win. Stephanie put an 03 light up, and that was the end of that. Again, dragsters, you've been called. Lanes 1 and 2 for double enters. Lanes 3 and 4 for single enters. You've all been called. Here we go. Petey. Senior Stein. Alongside DJ Homar. Oh, man. This is Southern California at it right here. Long Beach versus Palmdale. 66 Nova Wagon dialed in at us, 641. 572 to dial in on a perennial. I'm not sure because he doesn't necessarily. Oh, man. Steiny over towards the center line, but he's hanging in there. Oh, man. Cannot keep it going. It goes 580 with a 7 after a beautiful 007 light. DJ goes a 41 with a 9 on a 41 after an 039 light. Petey did everything he could. And he's going to fire his crew chief. I can see it coming. Jamie Small driving the Cavalier. Robert Butler out of Citrus Heights, the 66 Chevelle. Good-looking car. Not much separates them here. How about down there? Oh, baby. 625 with a 2 on a 622 beats a 615 on an 07. Jamie's Cavalier running way off the number. Not quite sure what happened there. Probably that big block 2.2 just let him down. That's my guess. So Robert Butler moves on to round 4. Here's Kevin McClellan driving the tuna wagon. Something smells fishy here. Rich Harrison. Kevin McClellan, 655, the dial in on the wagon. Rich Harrison, 534, the dial in on the drop top Camaro. First generation Camaro missing its roof. The roof. Woo, baby. Drop top Camaro, 534 with a 5 on a 534. Gave up 15 on the tree, but made it all back by going dead on. Kevin taking a 024 strike when he needed to take about an 021 strike. Ouch. That was tight. Couple of door cars still left out there. We need you back immediately, guys. We know you just made a pass, but keep in mind, you know the agreement we all made. You double enter. It is your responsibility to get back. Double entry dragsters, there either aren't any, or you're in the wrong lane, or you're hanging back and should be. Double enter dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. Double enter dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Single entry dragsters, lanes 3 and 4. Hey, I want to remind everybody, Door Car Clash. The Door Car Clash is a real deal. 16 cars in each category. That's 16 in Pro, 16 in Super Pro. The requirement is doors, they swing opens and closed. And bring them up. This is going to be Saturday night in the early evening, and it's going to be a lot of fun. $10,000 to win. Put on 5 win lights, win $10,000. So $2,000 a win light. And it pays back a ways too. So in case you're worried about making that investment, think about it. 2,000 runner up, 1,000 to each semi, $500 each quarter. Well, I'll tell you, this is an absolute unbelievable group of racers we've got going on. Just an amazing collection of near perfect lights, dead ons. And now we're just getting into the deep round. As you may or may not know, on the Kid Performance Pro ET, you guys are on a ladder now. Here's Daniel McClellan. Daniel driving the tuna machine. Oh, you know, you can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. Alongside Pearson Deming. Pearson out of Nampa. 650 the dial in on the 77 Nova. It's got the deluxe vinyl roof on it. Daniel in the buggy. I'm going to tell you this right now. 7,000, separate them on this end. Woo! Got tighter on the other end. 94 with a 7, beats up 56 with a 3. Pearson over by 6. Daniel tapping the brakes on his way through the lights and puts on the wind line. Something going wrong with Pearson Deming's machine is it doesn't compute. Not quite sure, but she went dead by about 600ths of a second. Well, Dustin Wirtz, not only do you got to run a dragster, you got to run Thomas Bear's dragster. But he didn't come down here from Nampa, Idaho to just give it up. Trust me, he's going to put a fight on right here. 519 to dial in for the Corvette. The dragster run by the professor, 4.93. So basically about a 0.2 of a second head start. That's not a lot. Red light for the professor by 1/1000. Ouch, ouch, ouch. 520 with a 9 on a 19 for Dustin. He starts it out with an 024. Tom Bear 93 on a 93 with a 3 and a 1,000. Ouch. Chad Axford making the trip from Portland, Tennessee. Where exactly is Portland, Tennessee? Chase Learcamp coming from Olympia, Greece, Mount Olympia. Oh, no, Olympia, Washington. Never mind. Chase Learcamp dialed 456, 445 for Chad Axford. These guys are on a run here. Man, it was going to be hard to tell who's going to win this. 48 with a 0 on a 45 after a 008 light for Chad Axford. That's good for the win. Chase goes a 58 with a 3 over by 2 and change after no 2-4 light. And down at the other end, Chad Axford taking an itty-bitty 009 stripe. Good for the win. Tim O'More alongside Dwayne Ruggenth. Bring it all the way down from Calgary, Alberta. And he's mad because the Flames are out, but he's probably happy the Oilers are in. It'd be really funny. One of them guys comes up here and goes, I don't even know what you're talking about. What are those teams? Tim, 491, the dial and gets a 0.4 of a second head start almost. 455 for Dwayne. That dragster is plenty fast. Well, I'm going to take the fast one down there, I think, eh? Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Pro. Lane 1 only. Pro. Lane 1 only. You guys are on a ladder. Lane 1 only. Check this out. Tim O'More goes, Tim O'Boy. He goes 014. So Tim 014 goes 491 with a 6 on a 491. That's good for the win. Dwayne goes a 55 with a 3 on a 55, but he gave up 3 on the tree. That's just about what came down the other end with an 028 stripe. Man, it's going to get tough. You know what they say? What doesn't kill you makes you tougher. Works in drag racing just as well. Michael Gidcombe out of Riverside, 511 the dial on his machine. Dean Bush, 4.80 seconds. Nice lights both sides of the track. Dean looks like he's out in front by a tad and was. He goes an 81 with a 7 on an 80. Anyway, he's starting that out with no 3 light. 019 for Mike. 512 on a 511. 01 strike down the other end. Dean Bush showing him how it's done right there. Man, that stuff is textbook. Jacob Stallworthy. 437, the dial in. That thing's making some serious power. Tanner Theobald comes down from Washington, but it's Utah. Washington, Utah. Where is that? 486 is dial in, and he's going to get a 4/10, almost 5/10 of a second head start. Jacob's chasing. Tanner's going to have to make a hard move here. Woo-hoo! 008 was the worst light there. 000, then a 38 with a 7 on a 37 for a 17 thou package. Jacob Stallworth takes the win. 1 over with a 4 after 008. Doesn't even get close. Man, that's tough. Here's Riley Learcamp. Well, man, he had a couple of false starts, but he's got this thing working now. Alongside Marco. Marco's he's won a few rounds with that thing. That black dragster's tough. 451, the dial in for that machine. Riley, 4.63. So he's going to get to leave first by about 12 months. Let's see what happens here. Marco Paravallaris out of Petaluma and Pinella Racing. Well, if you signed up to see Perfect Lights, you're doing pretty good. How about a 455 with a 0 on a 451 is good for Marco's win as he goes 0, 0, 0 right there, man. That's just going to make you a prisoner right there. Triple zeros. Riley giving him everything he could. He goes under by 1 foul, but the win actually went to Marco as he was out front, head to tail. That was tough. Riley gives up a 0.50 light, and that was too much. Krista Sudam out of Bakersfield. Speaking of people who put a lot of win lights on at this racetrack, 477, the dial in. Haley Neighbor, not scared at all. Pair of 00 lights goes out there, and Bailey takes the win. 58 with a 4 on a 58 after a 007 light. 77 with an 8 on a 009 light. The other end, 6 thousandths of a second. Bailey Neighbor takes the win. Wow. Man, just getting tougher by the second. Jason Rosenbaum over in the left lane this time out of Victorville. 470 the dial, going to give a 0.3 of a second head start over to one of the school cars. Chris Stock out of Carlsbad. There's nothing stock about a stock car, Cole. Chris Stock running over a 1/10 of a second off. Not quite sure what happened there. Had the better of the two lights. Went 0-1-2 off the tree, but then ended a 12 on a 2. Giving up a 10th on the track isn't going to work against Jason Rosenbaum. Jason out of Victorville, 0.25 on the tree, and then runs a 74 with a 7 on a 70. Good for the win. He coasts on through with a 4 stripe. Mark Miyashiro, the Flying Hawaiian. Sponsored by Corco out of Torrance, alongside Neil Pestle. Neil, Las Vegas driver. 477 dialing for Neil. Mark is out there with a 492. 5 thou separate them on this end. Less than that separates them at the other end. A 1 thou stripe for Neil Pessimone in the win. He runs 479 with a 2 on a 77, 93 with an 8. Man, Pessimone just absolutely takes the little teeniest stripes. Bobby Dye Jr. alongside Cooper Chung. Cooper in the gold, white, and black dragster in the Michelob Ultra lane alongside Bobby Dye Jr. Bobby Dye Jr. 455. Dial in on that machine. One of the quicker cars on the lot alongside the 499 of Cooper Chung. Oh boy, 2,000 separate them on this end. 499 on a 499 with a 7. Cooper Chung goes 008. 456 with a 1 on a 455. So over by 11. Man, tight little race right there. 6,000s at the other end, or 64 10,000s. Or if you'd like to think of it length, think of it as, no, actually about a half of a fingernail. Wow. Mike Collins, Sarmento dragster over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, 473 the dial. Mike Coltrane. Mike's been putting on a few win lights. All these guys have at this point. 441. Coming down from Boise, Idaho. Collins machine out in front and stays there. Leaves the line with an 022, goes 475 with a 0 on a 473. 43 with a 1 for Mike Coltrane as he falls off a couple hundreds, and the difference in the tree makes the difference at the stripe, the 04. Mike Collins moves on to the next round. Got 2 pro cars we're still looking for. Got 2 pro cars that we're still looking for. Will Harrison, 518 the dial in, is going to let Big Dave Mazier sit there and wait. The Escondido, California driver, engineer, scientist, mad engineer. 485 for Dave. It's almost 3/10 of a second head start for Will Harrison coming out from Tracy. That's not really a long way off. I got news for you. There's one thing you can't do, and that's burn down a Mazier car. Anyway, you can sit there and idle for the rest of the week. That car's not getting hot. Trust me. Win light goes on to Will Harrison. He runs a 20 with a 2 after a 006 light. Dave comes off the line with an 026 light, runs an 86 with a 3, so he was actually a little closer to the dial in. Makes it a 1 stripe down at the other end, but he had no defense. He gave up 200ths of a second on next pair coming your way. Cameron Webb alongside Gabe Torres. Gabriel running in 468. The severely altered, not as severely as some of the other altereds. Lights 1 thou apart. The other end, 470 on a 468 is a winner. 51 with a 9 on a 48 is the loser. And it was a 013 to a 014. Cameron Webb giving it everything he could, but unfortunately not as close to the number. And Gabe Torres moves on to the next round. Pro, you guys are on a ladder and should be in the lanes. If you're not in the lanes, you're not where you need to be. Pro, this is your call. Pro, this is your call. Your final. Okay, paired up on the ladder this time. There's about 15 cars coming back in the row. It's going to be an 8-car field the rest of the way out. If you've got the single, which I believe is Mr. Allen this particular time, you're getting the last one there is. Last freebie coming out. Hey, before we get into the next round of pro, I'd like to welcome Mike English back to the microphone. And thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you very much, Jay Casey. As we go back into Pro ET with former Division 7 champion David Meyer, 591 in the Cavalier with the 2.2 big block. Randy Stanley in from Idaho, 675 for the Nova right side. Green light starts here. Head start, Randy Stanley and that Nova down there, top end. Randy, 75 with an 8 on that 75.029. David Meyer missed the tree and goes up by 11 thou. So Randy Stanley moving to the next round in Pro ET. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic on Kid Performance Friday. CW Hoper, Mike Agnew. Man, this is a big time matchup here. CW with the head start on that 44 dial-in. Mike Agnew on that 609 dial-in. One of them was 008. He lights up that scoreboard. Dead on 4, 008 for Mike Agnew. Puts up that 12,000 package. CW was 21 on the tree. Was mathematically eliminated. Got down there, broke out by 4,000. Sasha Hofer, Carl Greiner. That's the S10, 670. Carl, three-way Chevrolet lane. Sasha, 743 to hold up the family honor. Green light start. Sasha out there in that Firebird. Here comes Carl in that S10 pickup truck. Hey, Haller makes a move, doesn't have enough. Sasha, 13 on the tree, 45 with the 2 on that 43 dial for the W. Carl was also 2 with the 2, but missed the tree as Carly Ball chase trim. Chase 660 in the Opal. Carly in the junior comp dragster, chasing it's 653. So head start to the Opal. Green light start. Chase out there. Chase had all kinds of troubles yesterday. Got him fixed. 677 on that 60 dial for the W. Carly had problems that shut off at 733. Chase was 10 on the tree. Stan Deming, Pedro Valadez, Pedro Farside, 707 in the Firebird. Stan Deming for kid performance, 627 for the old man. Attention to the fifth. Super Pro door cars, double entered 1 and 2. Super Pro door cars, double entered 1 and 2. Single entered 3 and 4. Super Pro dragster 5 and 6. So Stan Deming rolls up pre-stages, Pedro pre-stages. Head start Firebird far side. Green light starts. Pedro out there. Here comes Stan Deming with that kid performance power down there, top end. Stan. 1 over with a 7. 019 on the tree. Pedro was 35 on the tree and goes out with an 09 with a 9. And that is 2 over. Stan Deming moving on is Garrett Agnew, Cliff Hall. The Hall Brothers Maverick, 609. Jason, another one of those junior comp dragsters. The King's Ransom Racing dragster for Garrett Agnew at 621. Difference in reaction time, 2 thou. Top end, it's going to be Garrett. Garrett's 2 over with a 4.013. Cliff Hall was 15 on the tree and then way off, 6.18.4 on that 09 dial-in. Craig Marilees, Sean Ely. It's a pretty big time matchup here. Craig right side, that's the Camaro at 632, chasing that drop top Corvette, 646. Head start going to that Corvette. Sean looking over his shoulder. Here comes Craig up on there. It's going to be Sean. 16 on the tree, 48 with a 4 on that 46 dial for the win. Craig 3 over 35 with a 4 and then left 5 on the starting line there. Steve Allen, Mach 1 Mustang at 655 on the buy run. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro door card, double entered 1 and 2. Single enters 3 and 4. It's Super Pro dragster 5 and 6. Steve on the single run, 32 on the tree. Runs 6596, 103 on that 55 dial in. So Super Pro door card, double entered 1 and 2. Single entered 3 and 4. Super Pro dragster 5 and 6. Super Pro Door Car, double entered, 1 and 2. Single entered, 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragster, 5 and 6. So again, Super Pro Door Car, double entered, 1 and 2. Single entered, 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragster, 5 and 6. Super Pro Door Car, double entry, 1 and 2. Single entry, 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragster, 5 and 6. Super Pro Dragsters, 5 and 6. Super Pro Door Cars, single entries, 3 and 4. Double entries, 1 and 2. So just missing a couple cars in the Super Pro category. Guys, gals need to make your way to the lanes. A little bit of track prep here and be rocking and rolling. Taking a look down at the staging lanes from the tower here. I think we are missing one car in Super Pro. I believe it is Super Pro Dragster, if I'm not mistaken. Come on, Bailey. Don't be bashful. Let me see you do that line dance. No, I will not. That's an absolute scary thought. So finishing up the track, a little bit of the cleanup down there, the drag out there. The staff here at Famosa Drag Strip cruising right along on Kid Performance Friday at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic with $10,000 on the line in Super Pro, $5,000 in Pro ET. Kid Performance Friday. Chad, you doing okay up there? No, I didn't need an answer. I don't care. I just was being polite and asked. That umbrella sure did come in handy. Thanks to Colin Poist and Rich Llewellyn for that. Lifesaver.
Rolling. Hey gang, Chad Reynolds here from bangshift.com. We're rocking and rolling here at Famoso. I know you guys are watching the restream here on their Facebook page. Definitely want to tune in. You can hear we got track prep going on in the background right now. But we've got our live stream at bangshift.com. You can go to our YouTube channel and watch, or go to bangshift.com and click the link there. And watch it on our live page. But lots of great drag racing action going on here. Famoso is just an epic drag strip. If you have not been here before, you need to make it out for the March meet or the California Hot Rod reunion. It's a great place. It's an awesome crew here. It's good to be back out at the racetrack. And West Coast bracket races are awesome. We're here for the West Coast Classic. You guys cannot understand how great the racing has been all day today if you're just tuning in now. We've got lots more to come as well, as each and every day is a separate event. Today is Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. It's 10 grand on the line. Tomorrow, Hughes Performance Saturday, 20 grand plus a $10,000 Super Pro 32 car door car shootout. So if you are one of those people like me who loves a car with doors, you're going to want to tune in for that tomorrow evening as well. And then Sunday is Mazir Sunday, another 10K on the line for Super Pro, 5K for Pro. It's a great day of drag racing anytime you're here at Famoso. So really appreciate Mark and the entire crew for being here. And I want to thank all the announcers for giving shout outs as well. If you guys have not joined in for a live stream on bangshift.com, make sure you go to us on YouTube and subscribe and click the bell for notifications. It's really a cool deal. We do a lot of great drag races all over the country. We have tons of stuff coming up this year, so you're going to want to tune in for that. But I love what the racetrack is doing here too with their still cameras. This thing is great. You guys can always watch the action here. Of course, there's so many events that go on here, including Funny Car Chaos, which is coming up later in the year as well. So If you guys are first timers here, welcome. We appreciate you being here. And if you, again, have not been to a bangshift.com live stream yet, then go visit us on YouTube. We appreciate it. Track prep happening as we're getting ready for Super Pro round number 4. It's a good time for sure. I know that the crew is all ready to go. They've just used the rotator one more time. I think they're going to park the tractor. Oh, no, make them one more pass over here in the right lane, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll. Good to see you guys. Appreciate it. See ya.
Hang on, Marcos. Let me take a look real quick. Marcos, 84 degrees at the track here today, by the way, for a high. It's absolutely gorgeous here at Roasted Drag Strip. A little something, something. So some spray, and we'll stumble through that one. Going down on the track there. Once that's done, we'll rock and roll this baby. The next round of Super Pro, which the double entered cars, Super Pro double enters are in 1 and 2, single enters are in 3 and 4, dragsters are in 5 and 6, and Kevin McClellan's coming up to sign autographs. First pair, Super Pro door car. It don't get much better than this. Dustin Wirtz rolls up in that Corvette right side Michelob Ultra Lane. And Daniel McClellan, the Big Mac Racing Roadster, which is for sale if you'd like to be part of one of these Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classics. That Roadster far side's for sale. Dial 589 is Dan McClellan. Dustin Wirtz chasing at 526 in the Corvette. Inside, here we go. Let's watch this baby. Head start to the Roadster. That Corvette doing the chasing. Off the starting line, the 009 Dan McClellan dead on 2 for 11,000 package, which eliminated Dustin Wirtz immediately. Dustin was 29 on the tree, gets there by 7 thousandths of a second, and breaks out by 300. So Dan McClellan puts up an 11,000 package to start off this round of Super Pro door car. Next pair coming out. Tony Marconi, the Plymouth Arrow out of Arizona. Tony is dialed in. Gee, I think that 595 is stuck on his car because that's like what he's been dialed all weekend. It ran 395s in a row yesterday, by the way. 597, Jason Pad in the Love Truck out of Canada. So believe it or not, the Love Truck's getting a head start. Granted, it's only 2, but I mean, it is a head start. 2 of the most unique cars, the 75 Love Truck and the 76 Arrow. Super Pro door car. Free stage. Bump, bump. Tony lights the second light, waiting on Jason in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. In. Clean green in this pair. 9,000 difference between that 2 off that starting line. Jason Pad goes 0-11, dead on 8 for the win. Tony Marconi goes 20, dead on 9, and is headed to the trailer. Wow. So Jason Pad, that Love Truck moving on. The next pair, DJ Homard, Robert Butler, Robert Farside, Chevelle 622, DJ, the Nova Wagon, Cool Car Award in any drag race for the Duchel Family Motorsports, 641, DJ, right side, Michelob Ultra Lane. Head start going to the wagon. The big time players out of Northern California, that Chevelle and Robert Butler doing the chasing. DJ Homard is 006 RED, and he's going to look at that time slip. Robert Butler, 47 on the tree. out by a hun for the win. Deej was 006 red and a 2 over, 43 with a 4. And unfortunately, 6 thou red as Pearson Deming and Rich Harrison, this pair. Pearson right side, the Kid Performance Nova. And Rich Harrison, the Camaro. Sorry. The convertible Camaro for Rich and the team out of Lakewood at 533. Pearson Deming, Idaho, 651. Pearson. So head start to that Nova for Pearson. Big time player in from Napa, Idaho, taking on one of them prime time players out of Lakewood, California. Here comes Rich Harrison starting to hustle after that Nova. Got enough down there, top end. Pearson, dead 6, 016. Well, that was a 22 thou package. And when Rich Harrison won 44 on the tree, he was eliminated. Ran a 5:34.5 on that 33 dial. But Pearson, dead 6, 016, moving that Nova to the next round. Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic Kid Performance Friday. It's Super Pro. Well, waiting for the rest of the Super Pro cars to come back. Wonderful. The ever blessed new Dodger fan. Well, you did go to a game on Wednesday, so Nate Hershey is going to take you through the rest of this round of Super Pro.
All right, so we still got one pair of Super Pro door cars, giving them the opportunity needed to get the cars back there and get them turned around. What's happening, Mo Money? We got a nice little group of folks that are watching along in the chat bleachers on that live feed. Again, it is a Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. $10,000 to win in Super Pro, $5,000 to win in Pro here at the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic. We're going to be getting after it here pretty soon. Looking for round number 4. We've got them all sitting back in the staging lanes down to, as we said, just a few that are still doubled up. We're going to roll some dragsters while we get our door cars back into the staging lanes. We got one that just needed a couple of extra minutes, so we're going to give them that time. Down to 8 left in the pro field. And we are going to be whittling our Super Pro dragsters down here one more time. Henry, I agree with you. We wish you could have been here too, man. Understand that you got to do what you got to do. The real job that pays the bills and finances the racing program many times has to come first. Many times has to come first. And as we get into our dragsters, we got a matchup between Bailey Neighbor and Chad Axford. Axford, who is your reigning Division 7 top sportsman champ, taking over the left side of the racetrack, 445. Dial in over the left side, and I heard Mike talking about it earlier about multi-generational racers that are out here. You got Bailey, who has taken over the driving duties for the Neighbor Mobile. At least one of the Neighbor Mobiles. She's dialed in at 458. Red light start for Axford by 0.02 of a second. And Bailey Neighbor will be back. Chad, 002 red, goes 468 on the 445 as he gets up out of the throttle. Bailey Neighbor is 41 green and one above the dial, 459 on a 458 for Bailey Neighbor with a win light, top side of the Michelob Ultra scoreboard. Here at Famoso Raceway. Tim O'More now in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. That is the left side of the racetrack here in Famoso. And Cooper Chun. A couple of racers that probably, at least geographically, sorry, you're right, Mo. I don't even know what I said. It was top dragster, right? Did I say top sportsman? I meant top dragster. That's what I meant. I don't know if that's what I said, but that's what I meant. So with Tim O'More dialed at 491, Cooper dialed in at 499, 0.04 of a second. The difference between them at this end of the racetrack, and the win light will belong to Cooper. Cooper's 12 on the tree, gets there second to be dead on 5 and 17 total. Tim O'More was 008, take 13 thou at the stripe, and breaks out by 0.04 of a second. Runs 490 on the 491. And hands the win light back over to Cooper Chun. So Cooper moving on to round number 5 of Super Pro as Mike Collins and Dean Bush. Mike Collins out of Gilroy, California. In Gilroy, like is that the garlic capital? That's where they grow all the garlic. And Dean Bush. Dean, that's where they grow all the poles. Big brass poles. They go from floor to ceiling, all over the place in Vegas. They're everywhere. Dean Bush gets the win light there, 19 to a 59. Dean holding 0.04 of a second. Coming off of the starting line, goes 482 on a 480 to take 44 thou at the stripe to get the win over Collins. Collins was 59 and 2 above. And will exit here in round number 4. So Dean is advancing. Yeah, speaking of that whole garlic thing, I had never, at least don't ever remember, driving that section of, I think it's the 5 that comes like out of Burbank and heads up here towards Bakersfield. When I dropped out of the mountains down into the valley, I don't know, is it a plateau, is it a valley, whatever it is, this odor. I think it was garlic field. I don't know if that's what it was, but never. Jason Rosenbaum, Marco Paravalaris dialed 452. Rosenbaum dialed 470. Jason Gets a big advantage on the starting line. 009 to Marco's 023. Rosenbaum wins it on a double breakout. 4699 on a 470. He's under by 1,000th of a second. Marco chases him through to be under by 7,000th of a second. Marco exits here in round number 4. The Sarge in the Crime Pays Racing Machine, the Townsend sponsored ride, will roll on into round number 5 of Super Pro. So a 009, 1 thou under, gets the win light against the 23 light and 7 thou under. Jason moving on. Marco bowing out. As Neil Preston, Will Harris. Harrison at a Tracy, California, 519 dialing on the right side. Neil Pressimone, 478 dial over on the left side as Neil, first one to find the pre-stage bulbs in this pair. And it looks like we've got our final pair of Super Pro door cars just in time. We're going to get through all of our dragsters and we'll run that final pair of Super Pro door cars to wrap things up here in round number 4. Neil's in a world of hurt. 50 on the tree for Pressimone to Will Harrison's 007. Harrison's going to go 007 and dead on 9 to get the win light over Neil. Neil was 50 green and dead 4. And Harrison puts another notch in his belt. Oh, Gilroy is now the garlic processing capital. I bet that smells even better. Pro. Let's get you headed to lane number 3, please. Pro, lane number 3, nose to tail. Pro, lane number 3, there are 8 of you left. It's going to be Agnew with lane choice over Alanak. Agnew, Garrett with lane choice over Illing. Trimp with lane choice over Stanley. And Sasha Hofer with lane choice over Deming. Again, our 8 remaining in Pro. Let's get you headed into lane number 3, nose to tail, please, is Gabe Torres. Is it Val Sr. today? Nope, it's Gabe. I see Val standing against the sign. Dialed 468, Stallworthy dialed 438, and Torres in control of that one from start to finish. Gabe was 009. Stallworthy was 58 on the tree. Stallworthy runs 437 on a 438. Wasn't going to catch him, didn't catch him, and couldn't get it done. So Gabe Torres, 009. 471 on a 468. Win light to Torres. And we have one pair left here in round number 4. They are back in the staging lanes. We get them paired up and put together. But again, Pro round number 3, Pro round number 5 to lane number 3. Let me reset. Pro round number 5 to lane number 3, nose to tail, please. Again, it's going to be Mike Agnew with lane choice over Alanak. Garrett Agnew with lane choice over Elling. Trimp with lane choice over Stanley, and Hofer Sasha with lane choice over Stan Deming. So we'll get our Pro cars headed back into the staging lanes. We will wrap up round number 4 here momentarily. As we got Dustin Wirtz and Dan McClellan going to be coming out to have a little bit of a rematch. So, Mark Yeager, if Gilroy is now the garlic processing capital of the world, no longer the garlic growing, where is the garlic growing capital of the world? No, it smelled like it when I came in here. Once again, Pro, we need you to lane number 3, please. The 8 that remain. Let's get you to lane number 3, nose to tail. So we'll get you headed into lane number 3, please. Pro, come on down, racing for $5,000 on a good performance at Dyno Friday here at the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic. You believe we've been doing this for like 10 years? China. Oh. Yep. Used to be Gilroy, China. For China. All right. I'm going to stop right there before I say something that somebody will be offended by. Of course, there again, I could pick up the mic and say good morning, and it seems like in today's day and age, somebody will be offended by that. Don't tell me what to do. I
am offended. I am offended.
All right. So our final door cars. Mini Mac. Part of the Big Mac racing team. Again, you got Big Mac, Middle Mac, Mini Mac. Part of that Team Tuna Tank going up against Dustin Wirtz coming down out of Nampa, Idaho. Wirtz is dialed 522. Dan is dialed 589. Game on. 11th out. The difference in reaction time. Win light's going to go to McClellan. 25 green and 589 on a 589 for D-Mac. There you go. Dustin Wirtz, 36 green, goes 518 on a 522. McClellan will be back. Speaking of being back, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pro cars have already responded to the call. We're going to get them back there. If there are any conversations to be had, we will have those conversations. And after we have those conversations, we will get our drivers in the cars. And we will go after it. Yeah. What is this? Run 3 for him? Run 4? Probably into run number 3. At least I think we've had, what, 2 of them so far that I've seen. Maybe they snuck in another one. We're going to do a little licensing here. And while we've got our live feed going on, thanks to Optima, thanks to Holly, we're into the 10-year anniversary of the West Coast bracket races. Chad standing up there. That's a nice umbrella you found there, Chad. Is that one that's track supplied, or did you like run across the street to Costco from the hotel and pick that one up? But it's good. Nice quality scissor lift, and Chad, of course, has been standing out there all day. The nice thing is there is a little bit of a breeze, and the breeze is what, going from right to left across the racetrack. I have no idea what direction we're facing right now. We're facing, okay. So it's a north to south racetrack, meaning that the breeze is going what, west to east? It's all good. So we're going to get one more hit in here on a license while we get our drivers ready to roll with the pro category. We're actually facing southeast. Oh, yeah. You better steer straight at the grandstands. We're facing due south. Who designed this tower? Why is it not facing the right way? Love working with Mark. Half the time. Yeah, it's like 6 degrees off kilter. 6 degrees off kilter. Oh, ho, ho. Yeah. Look here. We are on a ladder and have been on a ladder for the last little while in the pro category. Again, we ladder at 16 cars or less, and I was just handed the Super Pro ladder for round number 5. Let's see. It's going to be Pad with lane choice over Busch. McClellan with lane choice over Butler in one entry. McClellan in his second entry will be taking on Torres. Torres has lane choice in that one. So it's Torres with lane choice over McClellan in one pair. It's McClellan with lane choice over Butler in another pair. Rosenbaum with lane choice over Bailey Neighbor. Cooper John with lane choice over Bill Deming. And Harrison gets the solo shot. We got, what, 9 coming back? Nope, 11. That's what I meant. 11 coming back. Mhm. So we'll come back at 6, then we'll come back at 3. That one will be fun. That one will be fun. So we'll get our pro drivers back in the cars, getting them paired up and ready to go. We're gonna do a quick little touch up down on the racetrack. But yeah, it is the West Coast Classic. Once again here at Famoso Dragway. And you talk about like the history that has happened at this racetrack. Looking at the sign over here, it says Famoso Drag Strip established in 1954. I think Mike English was here at the very first event. I don't think he was born here. Mike English wasn't born, he was hatched. So he might have been hatched here. But either way, yeah, 73% of garlic comes from China. For China. Here's the thing, I wonder how much they consume. Oh, no. Let me tell you something, because the Thai food I like to eat, heavy on the garlic. I am liking that stuff. Oh, well, that's what he said. It's the garlic processing capital of the world. They process all the garlic there. But it's all good. It's all good because and since Mike is in here now, I'm just gonna kind of toss it out. I thought it was really cool. I didn't know if I was gonna be able to make to the race. My wonderful wife said, "Yes, you will be at the race." So we planned things around because I'm going into my 20th year of announcing. Right? I started in 2004 down at the track. The very first announcer, quote unquote, traveling announcer who I ever worked with, who I ever got to share a microphone with was Mike English. So I thought it was pretty cool. Yeah, it does. I mean, there's certain downsides to that, but I thought it was pretty cool that, going into my 20th year of announcing, getting the opportunity to come out here, and when Chris said that, Mike and Jay were gonna be here, I thought, "You know what? That's kinda cool to kind of, like, bring it back full circle and be able to say, 20 years ago when I started, Mike was the first traveling guy to come in." I think it was like a Thanksgiving race in Vegas that he had come in, and that was the first guy, so it's kinda cool to be able to come in and once again jump in. Yeah. Stevie Wong was there. Yep. Yep. So it was pretty cool. Oh, Mike's wanting to say, "No, my first race wasn't 19, it was 1964, but now it's 2024." So, just saying. All those preservatives that you have been intaking your entire life have paid off, Mike. It's kinda cool. It's kinda cool, but yeah, it's just kinda cool to be here at this racetrack for this race as West Coast Bracket Races gets into their 10th year. It's just neat. It's just neat. We got pro round number 5 rolling up now. And I was just kinda told, Jay shared a little information that last night, Chase Tripp come up and said, "Look, man, we're done. The car is not cooperating. There's no way we're gonna be able to get this thing turned around. It's just not gonna happen. We've got no choice. We're just gonna have to pack up and roll out." Apparently, some kind of magic happened in the overnight hours. They were able to get the car figured out and are now looking to try and get down into the final 4 of Pro. They've got to get around Randy Stanley to get it done. Stanley dialed in at 675. Chase dialed in at 659. Finish line says that Chase is going to the last 4. Chase trimmed 663 on a 659 after an 018 reaction time. Randy was 73 on the tree and goes 676 on a 675. And it's going to be Chase trim with the 018 light. Yeah, we are going to be coming back at 4. But we are still looking at, who gets lane choice over who. There's the one I'm looking for. So Chase puts up the 018, turns on the scoreboard as Mike Agnew and Steve Allenach. I know. We got kind of a father-son deal. Both are still in Pro. Mike's still in. Garrett is still in. For those that were, thinking a little bit earlier about, man, wow, how kind of cool is it? Ooh. Steve trying to get the burnout taken care of down here. And it just went, let's say not right. So we'll back it up, roll through the water again. Give it another shot. Yeah. All right, that was a successful do-over. So with Allenach dialed in at 657, Agnew in the wheel stand at 69, Chevelle dialed in at 609. Who will get to join Chase as the 4 that will return in their hunt for $5,000? Unfortunately, it will not be Steve. Steve goes red by 19 thousandths of a second and then runs dead on 1. That's not what you want to have happen. 19 red, dead 1, no good, Steve Allenach. Mike Agnew, 39 green. And then goes 608 on a 609. We'll bring out Stan Deming, Sasha Hofer. The Firebird on the right side for Sasha, dialed in at 7.44 seconds. The 76 Nova, dialed in at 6.27 seconds. Red light start for Sasha Hofer by 16 thousandths of a second. Sasha leaves early and then goes 744 with a 2. How about 19 red, dead 1 ends 1 chase. 16 red, dead 2 ends another chase. Sasha, 16 red, dead on 2. Stan Deming was 11 green and goes 626 on a 627 to be under by 1,000th of a second. And our final pair in Pro, the Chop Top 91 Corvette of Sean Elling and Garrett Agnew. And I like the way that Jay had described it, the 4-wheeled motorcycle. 623 out of Oak Hills, California. Can the motorcycle get it done? How about 19 dead on 0 for the junior comp car? Garrett Agnew gets the win light over Sean Elling. Elling was 33 on the tree and 1 above. But Garrett Agnew, with that 019 reaction time, is going to be coming back. Hey, Super Pro, you are on a ladder. Super Pro. All right, Super Pro, let's get you headed to lane number 5. Lane number 5 Super Pro, lane number 5, nose to tail. There are 11 of you that remain. Come see Ron. Ron is the matchmaker, at least for the time being. What was that from, like, Fiddler on the Roof? Matchmaker, make me a match? Something like that. Oh, I agree. It's matchmaker, and then when you collect the check, now you don't have to sing "If I Were a Rich Man" anymore. You can say, "Now I am a rich man." Deedle 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 dee. How would that go? Now I am a rich man. Deedle 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 dee. You still got a few rounds to go before you get to sing that song. For now, it's just matchmaker. So again, Super Pro. Harrison's on the solo shot. Chun has got lane choice over Deming. Rosenbaum's got lane choice over Neighbor. Torres with lane choice over McClelland in one of his entries. McClelland with lane choice over Butler in his other entry. And Pad with lane choice over Bush. When Super Pro comes back, the Pro ladder is now in. Deming with lane choice over Mike Agnew, and Trimp with lane choice over Garrett Agnew. Father and son ended up on opposite sides of the ladder in our Pro category, as expected. Again, looking at the new ladder that comes out each round based on a reaction time for the previous round. It is going to be Deming with lane choice over Agnew, Trimp with lane choice over Agnew. That's Garrett. So that's going to be fun. That is going to be fun. We're getting our Super Pro cars rolling back into the staging lanes. We've got a little bit of time. Again, Chad is live atop the scissor lift here. And I don't know, Chad, are you like 150 or 200 down the race? What would you say? I'm thinking maybe you might be, let's call it 175. 175. 173.4. No, Mark. No. That is the nice thing about the big old row of trees behind the grandstands here. About this time of the day, it puts some nice shade up towards the top of the grandstands. The breeze is keeping it nice and cool. What's that back there? They got the dog pound set up where you can run back there and grab some snacks, some goodies. I know they had. Did they wrap up shop yet? I don't know. It might be gone already. That's all right. I may skip the breakfast tomorrow and come out here because they were offering breakfast burritos. I may just grab one of those in the morning. But this is a really, really cool facility. I can certainly see why this track has been around since 1954. Do we know when in 1954? Mike, when was you claim to have been here in 1964, but this place opened in 1954. I'm sure Mark knows. Just what isn't that like 70 years? Maybe 70 years. Are you doing anything special for your 70th birthday here, Mark? He's like, yeah, we're taking the day off. Okay. You're not gonna have like a special race here for the 70th anniversary. Winner gets a case of Geritol, something like that. March what? So we're already past 70 years. It happened March 6th, and so maybe that's why they decided to do the March meet. Well, either way. Either way. No, I'm just saying that's kind of cool stuff. So this track has been around 70 years. And we get to be here today and tomorrow and Sunday. I really do. I'm going to toss that idea out there to Mark. with this being the 70th anniversary, all of the winners of your races need to get at least. I mean, just go buy a case of Geritol and give them all a thing of Geritol along with their trophy. Oh, that's what you can. Like every winner this weekend gets a trophy and a big check and a hat. All right. Glad to see you're going all out for this thing, man. You're like, oh yeah. Look at this dude. Just kind of looking out the windows in this perfectly designed tower. The man with 2 entries left who just ran down the racetrack not too long ago is the first one in line. I'm telling you, McClellan does not mess around. He just does not mess around. That is awesome. That is awesome. Mark, do we have any West Coast Classic swag for sale? Of course they do. They've got some T-shirts, some hats. All that stuff is right up here at the trailer. Basically, it is the white trailer, which I walked into and realized that Chris got a brand new trailer. But you do have the West Coast Classic 10th anniversary T-shirt that is available for purchase. They've got hats, they've got T-shirts, and they've got all kinds of other like really cool collectible items. They got NHRA sweatshirts, all kinds of stuff. Because when the sun goes down, we'll be grooving. Actually, by the time the sun goes down here tonight, we'll be gone. But yeah, in theory. But yeah, when the sun goes, it does get a little cool. I know this isn't technically the high desert, but that's what happens. The sun goes down and it gets cool. So they do have some sweatshirts available. Not necessarily, I don't know if they got the West Coast Classic sweatshirts, but they do have some stuff available over there along with some other hats. I think they've even got like a little printing machine or a patch machine. I mean, they've got some cool stuff set up over here by the motorhome. You might as well wander up here and check it out. But yes, absolutely, we do, Mark. Got some good stuff available here on property. What's the name of the place we're going to eat at tonight? I can't remember. It's some steakhouse that everybody says has got like really great steak. Oh, the Idle Spur. Never been there.
It's the secret steakhouse of Baker's.
The secret steakhouse. Does it have like a special knock or something? Oh, that kind of secret steakhouse.
And yeah, you have to have special reservation.
Got it. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to that. Dragster Jeff says Reading is the oldest continuously operated NHRA track in the country. I can believe that. I can believe that. When you know, throw in there the continuously operated NHRA track, because there may be some, you know, other mom and pop places around that may not necessarily be that, but yeah. That's another place that I need to get to. I've heard that place is really cool. I've heard that place is really cool. But what is really cool is, let's see here, we've got what, 11 coming back. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sesame Street did me right. Oh yeah, that's right. McClellan counts for 2. So I think we're just missing 1. We'll get them back in, and again, we are going to be going after it in Super Pro. We'll take our field of 11 down to 6. And we'll get into our final remaining cars for the Pro field. And that will be very interesting to see what's going to be happening there. 1953. All right. Like we said, we have 10 here. There's 9 cars, but we have 10 entries sitting in the staging lanes. We are missing 1. And the one we are missing, you know who you are. We'll take Bailey Neighbor into the staging lanes, please. Miss Bailey, come on down. Let's go ahead and get Bailey headed this way. That'll give us a full field of 11 entries. 10 cars, 11 entries, because Mr. McClellan still represents 2 of the spots on the ladder. I think we're going to go ahead and get some cars fired up, give Daniel the opportunity to be the first one down the track, give him a little bit of time to get it turned around, and then we'll come back. There we go. All registered contestants have made their way into the staging lanes. 1953. Wasn't that like 2 years before Disneyland? Disneyland opened in 55, right? Disneyland opened in 1955. 54? Did it really? So Disneyland and this place share a birthday? Oh, well, there you go. Wally, Jay popping in there. All right. So we've got 11 cars in Super Pro. The Roadster on the right side represents 2 entries. The first one, giving up lane choice to Gabe Torres. Torres over on the left side. Part of the Val Torres construction crew. Going up against Team Tuna Tank. Big Mac Racing. Represented here on the right side. I can't believe they've got that car up for sale. Really? Shame. What? Disney? Yeah, I thought it was 55. That's why 55 is such a big deal with them. So the dial-in on the right side for McClellan is 589. The dial-in on the left side for Torres is 468. Torres is going to be the first one to find the pre-stage bulbs. McClellan carefully turns on those top 2 yellow incandescent lights on the Christmas tree. McClellan, I know the game. Let's go in. Let's start the timer. Torres is in and set. Trees begin to drop. Red light start for McClellan by 3 thousandths of a second. And red and dead on. 589 on a 589. Gabe Torres was 57 on the tree. Oh, McClellan's going to be mad. I don't think he gets mad. I don't think I've ever seen the guy mad. He's going to be beating himself up, though. So Torres, with a 53 light, will be one of the 6 coming back after he gets out of the throttle and cruises down to the finish line. Will Harrison, who has the bye run, gets to essentially get a free time run in preparation for the round of 6. So we will have 6 left in the 6th round of competition here at the West Coast Classic. Harrison's 12 green and goes 521 on a 518 on the solo shot. And for those that are into the kind of the whole like dragster v door car matchup things, we got a bunch. Dragsters v door cars. The first dragster versus door cars went to the dragsters. The second dragster versus the door car is Jason Pad in the door truck and Dean Bush in the dragster. Bush racing out of Las Vegas. Pad racing out of Chester up in Alberta. 594 the dial for the truck, 479 the dial for the dragster. Pre-stage bulbs are lit, and Dean, whose year has started off pretty strong in the Summit Series down in Vegas, trying to continue to turn on those win lights here in the West Coast Bracket Race Series. Oh, man. One of them was 10 on the tree. The other one was perfect, and Dean Bush puts up 4 out total. Dean was 000 dead on 4 to Jason Pad's 10 and 3 above. Pad decided down the finish line, so I'm going to get way behind. But Dean Bush puts up a perfect reaction time and dead on 4. He's got no love for the love truck. No love for the love truck. So Dean Bush, Gabe Torres, Will Harrison, 3 of the 6 that will advance. We'll see if Pearson Deming, 22 hours, whoosh, and Cooper Chun. Pearson in the Performance Package 77 Nova with a vinyl top goes 652 on a 651 to get the win light over Cooper Chun. Chun was 11 on the tree, got there first by 8 thousandths of a second and needed to get there by 6th hour less as he goes 498 on a 499. Pearson Deming 005, 12th hour above, gets the win light, and Deming will take up spot number 4 in the round of 6 as Jason Rosenbaum, daily neighbor. Let's get our final 4 pro cars back to the staging lanes, please. Our final 4 pro cars. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Final 4 pro cars. Let's get you headed back to the lanes, please. Jason's dialed 469. Bailey's dialed 459. And a red light start for Bailey Neighbor. Jason Rosenbaum, 17 green, dead on 5. We'll push him through into round number 6. And with 17 on the tree and dead 5, Bailey Neighbor ends up with a dead on 4 lap, but ended up with an 053 red light, and Bailey will exit here. Round number 5, but not a bad showing for Bailey. Getting into the latter round, and I'm sure we will see a whole lot more of that out of her over the next few days. So Rosenbaum gets in. We have 1 pair left. And McClelland is already back. So let's see. Dean Bush dispatched one of the door cars. Gabe Torres dispatched one of the door cars. Pearson Deming dispatched one of the dragsters. Harrison moves on. So, what, 1, 2, 3 dragsters, 4 dragsters. And then we'll have 2 dragsters coming back, or 2 door cars. So we'll have Deming in the Nova and either Butler or McClellan on the door car side when we get back to the round of 6. Once again, pro round number 6. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Pro round number 6. Again, it's going to be Deming with lane choice over Mike Agnew and Trimp with lane choice over Garrett Agnew. We'll get those 4 headed back into the staging lanes. We'll get them paired up and ready to roll with our next go round. Hey, while we are getting our final pair of Super Pro cars back, we have a racer in need. We need some help. And every time we say it, we know that I think we're still kind of batting 1,000. We may have missed, all right, maybe not totally 1,000, but we're well over like 900 on our batting average. But we need a Dead and Bear Lightning delay box. Dead and Bear Lightning delay box. If you are out there, the machine needs one, maybe 2, but we'll start with just 1. Maybe a little help on that side too. But if you've got a Dead and Bear Lightning delay box, David Meyer is in need, and either you can take it back to him if you know where they are pitted at, or bring it up here to the tower, and we will absolutely 100% help to get that thing situated. And again, racer in need, racer in need. Those 3 words that racers always come and help each other, which is a great thing. So we've got a racer in need, Dead and Bear Lightning delay box. If you can get a Dead and Bear Lightning delay box into the hands of David Meyer, he would be forever grateful. Matter of fact, is that somebody that's already like waving him over? Be like, I got one. I don't know. See if we can help him out. I see our final pair of Super Pro getting in it seated. All 4 of our Pro cars are already back into the staging lanes. So our final pair of Super Pro rolling forward. I'm guessing that will be followed by Pro, and then we'll do our license run while everybody gets a moment or two to get back into the pits and get them cooled, fueled, and ready to go for, at that point, we'll go with that. So it's McClellan versus Butler. Butler got a Wyotech sticker on the side of that car. That's cool. I was trying to think of the name of that place the other day because I know somebody who wants to get deeply involved in that stuff. And I needed to remember the name of, what am I calling these people? Butler's dialed 622. McClellan's dialed 589. Sticking with that $589 on the left side. Butler's out of the gate in green. McClellan's trying to run him down and at the finish line. Oof. Robert Butler gets the win light. McClellan may have been a little gun shy at the hit. Had the 057 reaction time and runs 588 and a 589. Robert Butler, 12 green, 624 on a 622. But McClellan coming back fresh off of that red light. Definitely wasn't red this time. Comes up a little bit short. Butler gets the win light, 13 green, or by 13 thousandths of a second. After being 12 green, runs 2 above to come back as the 6th car in round number 6 of Super Pro. So it'll be Harrison, Deming, Rosenbaum, Torres, Butler, and Busch. All coming back for round number 6 of Super Pro. We've got our 4 remaining Pro cars. And in Pro, what do we got? A Chevelle, a Nova, an Opel, and a junior comp car. I love this stuff. I love this stuff. This is too cool. You know what else is kind of cool? It is a kid performance in Dyno Friday. And as Stan Deming rolls up here into the water box on the right side, he's got a great big old kid performance Dyno sticker on the cowled hood of the 76 Nova. 627 is the dial in on the right side for Deming. Trying to make the trip down from Nampa, Idaho. A profitable one as they are looking to try and get into the finals to run for $5,000 on a kid performance in Dyno Friday. And you got Mike Agnew. Over on the left side, in the extreme powder coating and LAT Racing Oils ride, dialed in at 608. Head start will go to the Nova. And Mama Agnew, wherever she's at right now, is going, really? Where is she? Advantage at this end of the racetrack goes to Agnew. Mike is headed into the final. Stan Deming was 20 on the tree. Mike Agnew was 005. Had 15 thou in his pocket. And runs 09 on a 608 to get the win light. Stan Deming was 20 green. Gets there first by 8 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. 20 pack in the left side, 20 light. In the right side, needed to be dead zero. Are we going to have a father-son matchup in the finals of pro? Chase Trimp, Garrett Agnew, game on. Trimp in the Opal. Here comes Garrett, the junior comp car. Scoreboard lights up for Chase Trimp. Chase was 14 green, goes 661 on a 660 dial, gets there first by 22 thousandths of a second. Garrett Agnew was 32 green and 19 thou above to be 22 thousandths of a second short. We may not have a father-son matchup in the final, but for a father and son to both make it into the semis on a Kid Performance and Dyno Friday, that's definitely a Kodak moment. That's one of those really, really cool things. So our final will be Mike Agnew taking on Chase Trimp for $5,000 here in a Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. Oh, yeah. Mike has been to the winner circle here before. I think he's been to the winner circle at Tucson. Been to the winner circle here. I believe it in Tucson. But that's going to be kind of cool. We got a license run. Once we get through the license run, we'll be ready to start pulling back our 6. Oh, and Super Pro. Got the ladder. Got the ladder. Let's see here. With 6 coming back. It's going to be Dean Bush with lane choice over Gabe Torres. It's going to be Deming with lane choice over Rosenbaum and Harrison with lane choice over Butler. So Butch gets lane choice over Torres. Deming gets lane choice over Rosenbaum. Harrison gets lane choice over Butler. Our license pass has made its way down the racetrack. Oh. Yeah. Well, let's see here. So I don't know. I mean, I know Harrison has had a bye. We know that. He had the bye last. So essentially, at this point, we're just going to be watching the other ones. I'll double check with Mark, see if any of the others, as much as I'd like to say that I have been paying attention to every pass, I haven't. Let's just be real. I haven't. All right. All right. So as we do get down towards the final few rounds of the day, We got 6 remaining in our Kid Performance and Dyno Super Pro category running for $10,000. And even though we are coming back even, just kind of looking at the bottom of the flyer as far as how the buys are calculated, figured out, whatever the case may be. The buy run does carry over if not used. So from that round, Dean Bush with a perfect reaction time is technically sitting on the buy. So should he win, that would carry over. If it does, well, we'll worry about that when we get there. Speaking of when we get there, Super Pro, Jay Kaysen has already, like I told you, Jay Kaysen's kind of like a DJ. He's already started playing the Baby Come Back. You can blame it all on him. But Super Pro, we know that you did just run. But if you would be so kind as to get those cars cooled, fueled, and headed back into the staging lanes as soon as you can, we would certainly appreciate that. But that would be pretty cool. Again, we got 6 left. 2. We're down to just 2 in our pro get. I'm not calling you guys yet. I'm just saying we are down to 2. Trimp and Agnew will be fighting it out for that $5,000 in Kid Performance and Dyno money. I'll tell you what, if we get a chance to talk to Chase, we're definitely going to get the story. At least we're going to try to get the story. It may be one of those things where I don't want to talk about it. Well, too bad. Huh? Well, then we'll find out. We'll find out. What did you do? Are we still missing a fuel cap? Nobody's found a fuel cap? Oh, it was in the pits? Oh, you found it. No, not. So it's out there somewhere? Oh. We think somebody's now got a spare fuel cap? If you happen to here's the deal. Here's the deal. If you happen to have found a backup fuel cap, like you now have a spare in your toolbox that you found on a pit road somewhere, the actual owner of that would love to have it. And as much as I would love to say this, it's like, hey, we've got somebody who really needs it. Don't go to your neighbor's pit, take one off their car and be like, I found it. Don't do that. Right. It's like musical fuel caps. I'm going to turn the music on. You can borrow a fuel cap off someone, whoever ends up, since we're one shy. No, seriously, if you did find something laying around out there, if you've got a silver fuel cap somewhere that you didn't start the day with, we'd love to get it back to the real owner. Chad Reynolds has actually turned the camera on himself because he's like, I am done listening to this fool Babylon. Everybody out there is probably done listening to this fool Babylon. So I'm going to be quiet for a moment. Everybody kind of collect your thoughts. We are looking for Super Pro, the 6 that remain. Go ahead and make your way into the staging lane. Super Pro, the 6 that remain. Let's go ahead and get you headed back into the staging lanes again. Hopefully we were able to get the machine hooked up with his lightning delay box, a Dead and Bear lightning delay box. Did we get David Meyer hooked up with that? Hopefully we end up finding that missing fuel cap, because somebody definitely needs that. And then for the time being, I am going to stop yapping. Let's just get Super Pro headed back this way, please. Thank you. Oh, what were you wrong about? All right. So with that, like I said, I'm gonna step away from the mic. Jay Kaysen is gonna take over, and we'll get you through the round of 6. We got our first of the Super Pro cars back here. Let's get the other 5 headed back this direction, please. Let's get the other 5 headed back this way. So we've got 1, we need 6. I'm gonna step away for a minute. Jay Kaysen's gonna take over.
I don't know if anybody has found the Eden Bear Lightning delay box. You can imagine everybody shows up with their AR cubes and everything else and all these electric. Probably still have old 03 digit laying here in the back of my truck somewhere. But, anyway, again, we have a racer need looking for a Eden Bear Lightning delay box. Also, don't forget, we have called you all back, guys. Everybody, come back and Super Pro down to 6 cars. I was just a minute ago looking at the lineup, and it's going to be a good one, no doubt about it. All right, going to ask you a couple quick questions here. Are you in Super Pro? Did the last time you go down the track, somebody handed you a time slip that said win on it? If you have that combination, come on down. We're looking for you. Man, all you got to do is ask, and they come right out of the woodwork. This is awesome. All right, here we go. All 6 are here and ready to go. This is going to be a lot of fun. Money gets serious here next couple rounds. And we'd like to put a big shout out to Kid Performance. Performance and Dyno Shop up in beautiful Idaho. Twin Falls, Idaho. Listen up while it's quiet. Junior racers, there will be a parent driver meeting at the West Coast Bracket trailer at 10:30. So again, parents, be ready to go at 10:30 with a meeting for drivers and parents of the juniors that are here. Also, again, I want to kind of cover what's going on. If your motorhome is going to need service, what you need to do is obviously the number that we've repeated many, 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 many times. And if you need it one more time, I'll be more than happy to give it to you. It's 619. Write this down. I'm going to give you a pen, give you a pencil, a chalk. Matter of fact, I'll even let you use one of Mike's crayons. 619 436 5259. What you want to do is you want to drop one of those Google Earth pins, and then you want to show them a picture of your RV. And starting tomorrow morning at about 7 a.m., and if you do this as compared to tracking him down after he gets here, you're going to save yourself a considerable amount of money, enough that it's worth your while. So definitely, you want to reserve if you can, because it's going to make a huge difference. Again, that phone number, 619 436 5259. So again, so if you need a pump or you need water or you need both, make your way to that phone number. Text them, right? Text them a pin. Text them the what your vehicle looks like that you want serviced. And when they get here tomorrow, obviously they'll probably do it as first the people that text him, the next people that text him, and so forth. So needless to say, that gets you in line earlier, and that may be handy, because especially if he's going to start, you'd like to be handling that before you possibly get ready to do some racing tomorrow. So again, 619 436 5259. And that way it's a Racer RV service. Happens Saturday morning. That's starting tomorrow at 7 a.m. All right, here we go into this quarterfinals, working our way towards the semifinals in Super Pro. Looks like all the Super Pro drivers are in their cars and got their hats on. Time to go. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. First call. First call. First call. Pro. Pro. This is your call. Pro. This is your call. All right, here we go. Super Pro semifinal. I mean, quarterfinal. Yeah. Oh, man. Sorry, Bruce. Wherever you are. Yeah. All right, here we go. This is kind of an interesting matchup. Matter of fact, is it going to be revenge or is it going to be deja vu? Pearson Deming, 77 Nova, 6.50 alongside Jason Rosenbaum, 469. So here we go. Is it revenge or deja vu? Pearson Deming dialed 6.50 alongside the 469 at Jason Rosenbaum. The Victorville driver driving an 04 Spitzer chassis. It's kind of bright yellow and hard to miss. Whereas Pearson Deming, if you parked that car in a parking lot, nobody could find it. That is absolutely the sleeper car of all time. 77 Nova, it's got the vinyl top. Man, it seems like that bulb just stuck. Oh, baby, check that out. Pearson comes back a year later to get the revenge. Jason Rosenbaum, red by 4 thousandths, runs a 69 on a 69, of course. Pearson runs it out to see what he's got. He misses his dial by 2 thousandths to the quick side. Starts it out 018, and baby, he's moving on. Here's Dean Bush. The interesting part of this is Dean Bush is sitting on trying to defend his shot at the single. Now, Obviously, Gabe Torres. So Dean Bush is trying to defend his single. Gabe Torres would kind of like to not let him do that. Red light for Bush. So much for that plan. Gabe Torres gets the automatic win light. Just kind of coasted on through, goes 490 when he sees his win light on. Goes, nope, no reason to burn this one up. Keep the parts in the hot rod. 483 on a 479 for Dean Bush. And man, that's gonna leave a mark. All right, Will Harrison, a 50-50 shot. That's what you've got here in drag racing, don't you know? Robert Butler, 622, the dial in on that real nice 66 Chevelle. Will Harrison, 519, the dial in on the dragster. So far, we've got one door car in, one dragster in, and here is basically the rubber match of door cars or dragsters. Win light comes on Will Harrison. Rob Butler breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. He gave up a 4 thou on the tree, breaks out by 3 thou. So there you are. Our semifinal is set. Pro, you've been called. Pro, you have been called. I see Mr. Agnew is already there. Pro, you've been called. So looking for the second half of our pro final. Three-quarter pass, 998 at 95 miles an hour. Waiting on the second half of the pro final. This would be lots of fun. Somebody, $5,000. It's that easy. $5,000 or $1,000. What's it gonna be? So the ladder's been set for the Super Pro semifinal. Deming versus Harrison. Torres going to move his way through into the final. Well, we've already had one revenge match, and now we've got another one going here as our pro final is going to be a rematch of last year's pro final. So the Kid Performance Pro Final, drivers are getting in their cars right now. Super Pro, you're welcome back anytime you're ready to go. Super Pro semifinal, you're welcome back anytime you're ready to go. Get on back up here. Looks like our pro finalists are in their cars and just about ready to light them up. So kind of an interesting rematch of last year. I think probably the most interesting story is Chase Trimp was having so much trouble with his car, he was on the verge of giving up. And somehow they figured it out. Not only did he figure it out, but think about his entire test and tune day went horribly. Comes out, gets one shot this morning to basically verify that he did have the car fixed. And here he is in the final. Super Pro, Super Pro. This is your official call. Super Pro, this is your official call. Back to the lanes. Well, I was thinking about sending my interpreter out to make a bet on this one, but I got news for you. This one would be a tough one to bet. All righty. So they're lining up out there. Mike Agnew in the 69 Chevelle, 608 the dial, alongside Chase Trimp, 659. So that wheelie popping 1969 Chevelle from Extreme Powder Coating and LAT Oils is going to have to wait. Man, Pro's so much tougher to wait on. Both cars are away. Chase out in front. Here comes that big Chevelle. Answer is Chase Trimp holds it from wire to wire. 62 with an 8 on a 59, plus a beautiful double O2 light off the tree. Mike Agnew gave up a bunch on the tree and then runs a 9 with a 1 on an 8. And basically that means the wind light comes on in Chase Trimp's lane. And Chase Trimp, congratulations, as you're the first one to head to the winner's circle on the Kid Performance Friday. $5,000 was the pro purse today. Nice job. Well, I'll tell you, the same guy in the other lane when you won, if I remember correct, too long ago. So, all right. Well, who knows? There's 2 more days of racing. You guys might be able a chance to fight it out one more time. There's only about 60 to 80 other racers in pro that would probably like to change your mind on that. Awesome job, though, Chase. Beautiful double O2 light. Ran it right down, puts on the stripe, puts on the wind light all the way. Mike Agnew, great job as well. So, Chase, when you get a chance, grab your crew, grab everything, and come on up here. Chris has got a big old check sitting here waiting for you. I also want to remind everybody that there will be a big announcement, big announcement. It's going to happen right before the Super Pro Final. So you might want to stick around and hear what the big news is that has to do with West Coast Classic bracket racing.
What's Chad doing down there? Is Chad getting in trouble doing something? Oh, cool. It works. You said children, and I immediately thought Chad Reynolds.
Not this time. All right, everybody, straighten up. Again, I want to remind Chase, grab your crew and come on down to the winner's circle. Chris has got a big old check. Big check. He's going to hand you, get some pictures. you are absolutely going to be privileged to have an opportunity to share your thoughts with Mike English and also everybody that's out on live streaming and everybody else that's within earshot. So again, Chase, if you can make your way towards the staging lanes, bring your car, bring your fans, and come on up. It is your day. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro.
Hey, Chad, pay attention. We're starting to work. So, Chad, we're going to work, buddy.
So we're looking for 3 cars right now. Gabe Torres,
Attention, Chad
Mr. Deming,
Reynolds.
yes, and also Mr. Harrison. We're waiting on all 3.
Chad, bang shift, Chad. We're doing a winner circle real quick, just so you know. Is the camera already pointed this way? You're on it.
Okay, Chad, I apologize that I severely lashed you, but right now, this man here, $5,000 richer. Chase Trip, you were up in the tower yesterday going, Mike, I'm having all kinds of trouble. I can't figure it out. I think I'm going to go home. And all your buddies down there found the problem. And I know you won't tell me what it is, but congratulations, my friend.
Thank you. I was, at my wit's end. I felt like we tried everything 5 different times, 5 different ways. And up to my friends, Monty, Rob, Dennis Paws, throwing parts at it, whatever they got in their trailer. And somehow in an unconventional way, we set the timing to what works in that car right now, and it's running good. So, can't fight it.
That was pretty cool. That was a rematch from last year. You and Mike Agnew raced for the money last year, and he won. So it was kind of sweet revenge.
I had my first big check last year, and my second one this year. So we're doing pretty good.
Well, this kind of sets the tone for the weekend with you and Mike Agnew, huh?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Get everybody in for pictures. Get that big check and that very cool trophy and $5,000. We need the Chase Trent Fan Club in the staging lanes for Winter Circle pictures. The Chase Trent Fan Club in the Winter Circle here in the staging lanes for Winter Circle pictures. Everybody wants to hang out with, especially now he's got $5,000. He's buying dinner. Oh, I didn't tell him that part.
Mr. Harrison, looking for you. We've got 2 of the 3. We need all 3. This is a lot more fun when everyone plays. Will Harrison. Will Harrison. Bring it to the lanes, man. Bring it to the lanes. We need you now. Okay, we've got all three contestants, so come on down. Mike's hiding the big check right now. That's right. Somebody is going to put $10,000. Kid Performance and Dyno Cash Friday. Woohoo! All right, as our Super Pro drivers are putting on their hats and getting ready to go. Again, pairings on this, Deming versus Harrison, and Gabe Torres takes the single round into the final. All right, here we go. Super Pro semifinal. The odd lot single goes to Gabe Torres based on best reaction time. 468's the dial. He can run it out, stage it, do whatever he likes to do. Basically, once the car stages under its own power, it has indeed won the round. Looks like with water and everything, it looks like Gabe's planning on doing a full pass. Conditions have been pretty good all day long. I don't think he's probably really needs the information, but apparently he wants it. Gabe Torres stages it up. 0-2 to the red. Runs it through 330 clocks, kind of lifts out on it, goes 493 at 113 miles an hour. 002 on the red side. So, yes, he'd like to probably know that he isn't going to do that again. And here we go. Pearson Deming alongside Will Harrison. Deming driving the Deluxe Nova. It is Deluxe. Alongside Will Harrison. Will making the trip all the way from Tracy. Pearson making the trip from Nampa. Well, that car sounds a lot stronger than it looks. So Pearson Deming in the door car, 650 is the dial in. That's almost a full second and a half in front of Will Harrison's dragster. Will 519 the dial. That bulb going to be hanging a long time up there at the top. Somebody's got enough time to call an electrician. I'll tell you this part. At the finish line, near perfect lights on both sides of the track. Pearson Deming goes on to the final as he starts that out 003 on the tree and then runs a 651 with a 5 on a 650. A 20 with a 9 on a 19 for Will Harrison. The stripe down at the other end. Yep, that little bitty Nova just went 009 on the other end of the track to take the stripe away from that dragster with a 30-mile-an-hour closing difference. Oh, man. I think it's right here. Beautiful job by Pearson Deming. So it's door car versus dragster in the final of Super Pro. While I got a couple minutes, I'd like to introduce to you Chris Forsyth. I've got all the love in the world for you, man. Our race promoter, our race director, the guy that has to deal with all the headaches and also happens to have a wonderful and very interesting and secretive announcement that he's going to finally make public.
Well, good evening, racers. First of all, want to thank each and every one of you that have made the trip. Are we good? Now I'm going to talk louder. So again, racers, first things first, want to thank each and every one of you for making the trip down here. We've got locals, we've got Southern Californians, we've got people from Idaho, we've got people from Washington, Oregon, Montana, Canada, Nevada, Arizona, list goes on. But thank you. This was the 10th year of us bringing events to the West Coast. And I'm not going to lie, it has been a road to get to this point. And I say this quite often, and I'll never forget it. But it was in big part due to all of our buddy Big Nasty that I even had the nerve to come up with the idea to do this. So when he introduced, and him and Pete introduced the fling, Las Vegas and the West Coasters, well, I think it's going on 14 years now, 12 or 13 years now. I felt as though the best thing I could show my appreciation for them was to compliment them, to give the grassroots racers, the bracket racers, the sportsman racers a place to go, to maybe feel that they could build the confidence to go to that platform. Because let's all be honest, that is the Super Bowl of bracket racing on this side of the country. But every Super Bowl needs a NFC and AFC championship game. And that's what we've tried to produce between the Southwest Showdown in Tucson and what originally started as the West Coast Classic in Fontana, and now here at Famoso, where we have found a new home to bring the West Coast Classic. I want to thank Blake and John Bowser, their entire crew here, Mark, Cleet, Jeff, everybody here, for the efforts they put forth for us to bring this race to you guys. Jim Black, the crew on the starting line, just an absolute unbelievable job. No questions ever have to get asked. They already have the answer, and they're already making the effort to give you guys and gals exactly what you need to compete for this kind of money at this kind of level. So I've hinted around this. I'm sure most of you have figured out. You probably just don't have the details. So here we go. When I closed in on the opportunity of considering what to do, how do I pay the appreciation back to the racers for helping us get to a 10-year anniversary, you kick and toss around with schedules, payout format, entry fees, and ultimately these two events have become exactly what they need to be. However, for the first time since 2019, the West Coast racers are going to get a third opportunity from West Coast bracket races. And that's going to be, once again, right here, out here at Famoso Drag Strip. The event will be the West Coast bracket races 10-year anniversary Twin 20s. It will be September 27th through the 29th. If some of you are local, you probably recognize that date because that is the same date as the California Chaos race here. They're bringing a Nitro show here. Well, I was presented an opportunity because the Nitro cars come here and they're going to run Friday night and they're going to run Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening. Chris Graves was gracious enough to ask Mark and Blake, hey, do you have anybody that'd be willing to work with us to give us some filler, maybe take advantage of some track time? And we would love to co-promote to probably get quite a few spectators here. We'll leave that up to the Nitro cars. We just can't figure out a way to get the bracket crowd to bring spectators in. However, we're going to run in conjunction with them. The way this event is going, this will be a single entry only 100-car capped event. This will be our first effort to create a 200-car capped event. The catch to that 200-car capped event is any previous main event winner, any previous shootout champion from either the Southwest Showdown or the West Coast Classic, or any of our previous marketing and financial partners that have helped get us to this point will all have a provisional spot in that race. The remainder of those spots, after they are confirmed by July 15th, and the details will all be posted, after to fill the field with all of you that are interested in coming out September 27th and 29th. It will only be a 3-day event. It will be an all-inclusive entry fee for everybody. We will run Pro separate from Super Pro Door Car and Super Pro Door Car separate from Dragster. However, they will all merge into the same purse. The bottom bulb winner, assuming that we will have the least amount, and whether or not we do or not, they will have a $500 bonus each day. So as we wind down Pro, once we have one winner, they'll move in with the Super Pro cars, door cars, and then we'll merge with the Dragsters at some point, probably at the ladder of 16. the payout for that race, both Saturday and Sunday, is going to be $20,000 to win, $4,000 to runner up, $2,000 to semi, $1,000 quarter, $500 at the ladder, and $250 at 32. As again I said, the bottom bulb car bonus will be $500. Entry for this race will be $580. Friday will be a test and tune. That's included in your entry. And we're also going to go back to the run for the money shootout. Now, this is going to get really interesting because at this point, we're looking to put together only a 16-car field. So 200 of you are going to get after it for 16 spots. And we're going to race for $5,000 that night. And the race will run inclusive with the qualifying session for the California Chaos. Saturday, we'll start. We'll get rolling based on the car count and what we feel we need time-wise to get basically into a position to start sending 2 down, 1 back on Saturday. We should be in about the 3rd or 4th round by the time they start their program, which means probably our ladder round will be running in front of potentially 10,000 spectators in the stands. So if you have ever been to Night Fire up at Boise, you see, you understand, and you can appreciate the atmosphere. That's the goal I saw and the opportunity I saw when Chris Graves approached me on this. So that's what we're going to shoot for. Sunday will be another $20,000 race, but it will be only our customers and our racers here on Sunday to race. They do not carry into Sunday. So we'll have the track for ourselves Sunday. We'll get done at a reasonable time and get everybody out on the road. So again, September 27th through the 29th, right here at Famoso Drag Strip, we're going to host the 10-year West Coast Bracket Races Twin 20 Invitational. And details for that will be posted by this evening. And entry details will also be included there. So if you have any questions, reach out to me. I prefer you wait until Monday or Tuesday when I recover from this one. But again, a third opportunity is on the horizon for our West Coast racers. So that's that. This is this. A couple other details just to touch on for the junior invitational racers that are on the ground. We will be having a parent driver meeting down at the base of the front of the tower where my motorhome and trailer are parked at 10:30 tomorrow morning. We'll go over your schedule that's slated for you guys to get out on track tomorrow afternoon, probably as early as about 12:30. You'll get 2 time runs there, and then your run for the money per group will take place tomorrow afternoon. And then Sunday, obviously, you're going to come out first with a qualifying run, and you got 3 rounds to get after it for $1,000. As far as our Pro and Super Pro, we're going to wrap things up here with Kid Performance Friday shortly with our Super Pro final. We'll move into tomorrow with Hughes Performance Saturday, where we bump the purse to $20,000 to win in Super Pro and $7,500 to win in Pro. Tomorrow morning are no time runs unless you're a new entry. So we will get started early. The day will progress probably a little quicker than even today did. But again, I want to thank each and every one of you. 10 years of supporting these things goes a long way. And it's very humbling to be sitting here knowing that some of the greatest promoters, specifically in bracket racing, just weren't able to pull it off over here. So I attribute that to the support, and I really appreciate it in helping us get to this point. So best of luck to our 2 finalists that are remaining tonight, and look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Chris. That absolutely came from the heart. You can tell. Looking at it in both directions as a racer, as well as an announcer, somebody that gets involved with drag racing out here. There's a lot of reasons why the racers support you, Chris, and a lot of it has to do with the fact is that you not only are they fun, fair, it's a good time, and if you want to compete, you can't compete against tougher racers on the West Coast than what show up here for the Silver State West Coast Classic. Speaking of racers to show up, it will be lots of fun to give somebody the great big check. Matter of fact, you can get on a step ladder and you can mobile deposit that. Take a picture of it; it'll look just about right. You go deposit your check away. Cash will be ready for you tomorrow. So again, finalists, finalists. That'd be you guys. Need the Super Pro Final. Not only do you win $10,000, you have the opportunity to be with Mike English, tell the whole story. And also, of course, Winner Circle photos. You want to bring all your folks with you. So to get in the Winner Circle, though, you got one more round to go. Super Pro Final. Super Pro Final. We're looking for you. Speaking of looking for stuff, did anybody ever find that gas cap? I mean, for crying out. Pretty exciting stuff coming up here last weekend in September. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. Third call, Super Pro Final, third call, Super Pro Final, third call. All right, here we go. Half of the crew is here. Pearson Deming driving the Nova. From this angle, it actually looks pretty beefy. Okay, looking for Gabe. Mr. Torres, Mr. Torres, please bring your car to the staging lanes. And he does, just like that. Look, you ask and he shows right up. Nice guy. Nice guy. Absolutely. And to bring you We're already on the right mic, so here we go.
Let's go. But the mellow tones.
The dulcet tones.
Oh, man. All right. I'll tell you what, I'm going to have a lot of fun over the next couple of days with Mike and with Jay and with everybody that's here. It is going to be phenomenal. It's going to be fun. It is going to be fun. We've got our license pass going to make its final hit of the day. We have got our Super Pro Finals for $10,000. Back in the staging lanes, where we will see Pearson Deming take on Gabe Torres, the license run. Goes ahead and wraps things up with a 584, 113 miles an hour. And yeah, at least that was the half track. We appreciate that, Barn. But with the finals back in the staging lanes in the perfect view that we get out of the back window of the tower, we can see Gabe is here. Pearson is here. Yes, yes. No, no, not at all. But as we are watching out there, I can see that fire suits are being zipped up. So for those that are watching along, it is door cars versus dragsters. In the final of the Kid Performance and Dyno, $10,000 to win as we are in the 10th anniversary year of the West Coast Classic. The West Coast bracket races. You heard Chris up here earlier making the announcement about the third race that is going to be added this year in September. Getting an opportunity to come out here and run with the Nitro Chaos cars at the world famous, historical Famoso drag strip to commemorate 10 years of West Coast bracket races. Again, you heard him say a lot about, when we brought the flings out to Vegas, knowing that those of us here on the West Coast who do not get the same opportunities that those on the East Coast get, where, I've talked to many of the racers out there, and, one of the biggest decisions they have to make is am I going to go racing this weekend? It's which track am I going to go racing at for 10 grand or for 20 grand or for 5 grand? Those opportunities don't happen too much out here. And for Chris and his entire team to put this together and give us the opportunity to go to either Tucson or here and be able to run for, as we are running for tonight, $10,000. That is one of those things that, again, I just tip my cap to Chris and for 10 years worth of hard work to be able to come out here tonight and watch Gabe Torres and Pearson Deming. I mean, Gabe in the full-on, as you would consider it, full-on dragster versus the performance package Nova. I mean, this is going to be a lot of fun. This is going to be a lot of fun. I love that thing. The drivers are getting in. They're getting their final high fives. They're taking their moment to focus, knowing that there is $10,000 on the line and an opportunity to talk to Mike English in the winner's circle, which is a pretty cool deal. So for those of you who have been watching along with us all day, again, remember tomorrow we are going to get things started off with a Hughes Performance $20,000 to win Saturday in Super Pro, $7,500 to win in Pro. The schedule, again, we'll open the gates at 7 a.m. We'll have our new entry time trial at 8 a.m. Eliminations will follow that. We'll continue to roll our way through the day. We're going to have the Junior Dragster Invitational. We're going to have the Door Car Clash coming up tomorrow night as well, which is going to be a $10,000 shootout. But tomorrow is going to be a very active, very fun, very entertaining day here at Famoso. We've still got one pair to run here on a Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. Again, gates open tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. We will get new entry time runs on the racetrack at 8 a.m., and we will get into eliminations immediately following that with our pro category, as well as Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Dragsters. Word has been given. Track is ready. Drivers are ready. We're ready. Let's see who gets to go home with the trophy, with the $10,000, and who gets to join Chase Trimp on the list of winners from the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic here at Famoso Drag Strip. Lane choice went to Pearson Deming. He opted to pull the Nova up into the left side of the racetrack, giving Gabe Torres the right lane. And with the dial ins up on the scoreboard, we have got a 651 on the board for Pearson Deming. We have got a 466 up on the board for Gabe Torres. Pearson, let's see over the last few rounds. Had to take on like Cooper Chun, dragster. Had to take on Will Harrison, dragster. He ain't afraid of dragsters. Gabe Torres is going to try to change that. Gabe's going to be the first one to find his way into the pre-stage bulbs. Pearson Deming alongside as the final pair on a kid performance in Dino Friday is now staged and set. Tree begins to drop. 651 the dial left side, 466 the dial right side, and Gabe Torres is going home as your winner on day number one. Pearson Deming let go 6 thousandths of a second too soon. And by 006 red, Pearson hands the win light over to Gabe Torres. Torres was 24 green, gets out of the throttle and coasts down for the victory. So it is going to be Gabe coming back to join us in front of the tower. Collect his $10,000, collect his trophy, collect his champion, his name to the list of winners that so far this weekend has been Chase Trimp and now Gabe Torres. We're going to add a whole bunch more and as Chris had just mentioned, in that third bonus race that's going to be happening this year for all previous winners of main events and shootouts, Gabe Torres now has a provisional spot in that bonus race. Chase Trimp now has a provisional spot in that capped 200 car field. So that adds a little bit more excitement into the mix. I think Chase already had one from last year and potentially before, but that is another little bonus that goes out for being a winner. So with that, congratulations, Gabe Torres, 24 green. Pearson Deming racing his way down into the final, comes up 6 thousandths of a second on the wrong side of the tree. And that is going to get us to the point where we will bring Gabe back here for all of you on property, on behalf of Chris Forsyth, on behalf of the entire West Coast Bracket Races team, on behalf of everyone here at Famoso Drag Strip. We thank you for coming out and spending the day with us, spending the weekend with us. Again, we will start tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Gates will open, 8 a.m. new entry time runs, and then we'll get into eliminations on a $20,000 to win Hughes Performance Saturday. Thank you very much, Chad Reynolds, atop the scissor lift all day long. The Bang Shift live feed brought to you by the folks at Optima Batteries and Holly. Again, thanks, Mazier. Thanks, Hughes. Thanks, Kid Performance. We're just getting started. We're going to go write names on checks. We're going to go hand out big checks, hand out trophies, hand out hats, and then we will wrap things up here tonight. So with that, we're going to put the mic down for a moment. Gabe should be back here soon, and we'll be back at it. I got to go write a name on a check, and that name is Gabe Torres.
Chad Reynolds, are you awake? One more winner circle shot, Chad. No, I got a feeling this baby's going to be big.
It's a nitro, guys. I'm gonna sneak in under the radar.
Oh, man. That's awesome.
I'll be able to give you guys a little breather in between.
That's awesome. That's crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Kid Performance Friday, your pro winner at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. $1,000, man.
Yes, sir. First foremost, thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. With God, anything is possible. My dad, Val, thank you for everything, Biggs. I love you and can never repay you. And my brother and myself were very lucky growing up and having you as our dad. You taught us everything in the right way, and I love you. My mom's back at home right now. They're at the beach having fun with all my family. They're all out there, and I love you, Mom. My wife, Jackie. My son, Gabriel. Oh man, I love you. She holds it down. She's my rock. And Caitlin, my brother, Val, Madeline, Val Jr., Tiffany, Chris, West Coast Bracket Races. Thank you very much for putting these races on. It means a lot to me, and I know all these racers out here. Bakersfield, badass drag strip, top notch. Love coming here every time. Yeah.
Hey, Gabe, I got a for you. You said at the beach having fun. You mean when $1,000 having?
Yeah, I wish they could be here. They're having fun, and we're gonna have a good time. And just, there's a lot of people that go into this too. You know, Kevin Kleinweber. Once he got his hands on that car, it was good, but now it's great. Mickey Thompson tires. APD, Joe Hessling. He's the man. Yep, I love it. Phil Mandela Racing, him and Tony and all the guys. Yep, we just won.
Great job, my friend. Your Super Pro winner, Performance Friday, Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Gabe Torres, congratulations, my friend. Awesome job. I have a feeling winner darn big.